Hello, Sovereign and the Noper on Twitch. Thank you everyone on Twitch for the follows. We had, I think, while I was offline, Jojo and Brahma followed. Maybe I read them yesterday. I just don't remember. But thank you for the follows. We're gonna get started here in just a moment. Let me just get the ads out of the way on Twitch. And apologies for the ads, but they keep the ads off during the games. Do them now. Twitch just moved you from the MBL Yo match. Just moved you. You're watching the past broadcast, maybe. Right. Let's see. We should have some drafts. Draft time. Transition. So enclosed, arena, and Kawasan. OBS hockey, so that my overlay is correctly. Right, got it. So the first set will be TaToH versus Hearttt, and it'll be a play all three. So I think yesterday when I went to the YouTube VOD, I added chapters to all the games, which I think is fine for these because there's no spoilers because it's play all three, all the games. And between the sets, there's a bit of a break, so I don't think there's any spoiler there. So once they get the Rex, we'll get started. They should give them to us in about 4 whole minutes from now. Once again, streaming both on Twitch and on YouTube. YouTube should be 4K with no ads, and it is ridiculously hot today, so hopefully my internet holds up. And a hot cow, hello, how are you? And Food Hazang, TaToH playing RF right now. Yes, these are from Rex. These are from Rex. They played them already, so we were going to cast Rex, yes. And also everyone on YouTube, hello. I also helped Ornlu set up his YouTube stream. So Ornlu might be doing a YouTube stream. Let me check that out if he is. Let me also make a link to my stream on my Discord just to announce that I'm live. Cast Rex. Let's go. Live with more medieval masters. Starting with TaToH versus Hearttt. Live on Twitch and on YouTube. Let's check out Ornlu's stream, see if he is on his YouTube channel. His first YouTube stream is live. I guess I had to Ornlu on YouTube too. Helped him set that up last night. Hopefully it works for him. 36 degrees Celsius in Romania this week. It is 90 something Fahrenheit right now. Wait, let me grab my phone and check. Actually, it's only 88 degrees right now. Not as bad as I thought. I should, however, make sure that I'm stocked up on water. Grab some more. Ooh, Intelo pokering again on YouTube. Great to be here for another day of games. Loving the stream, especially on YouTube. No ads. Nice. And then East Coast US in Jersey. I'm gonna grab more water and then they should post the Rex, then we'll get started. Okay, water obtained, coffee obtained. I am prepared both to stay awake and to stay hydrated. Thank you. Wolf is a brand worthy follow. And let's see, game number 1. And they have sent me the rec. Place that rec directly into my save game folder. And TaToH versus Hearttt game 1. And let's see, this will be Group D. Now play all 3. So the map shall be enclosed. Low user, low HQ. It's burning full-time AC. I'm where I am right now, even though it is pretty hot. I'm actually kind of lucky in the way this apartment is set up. The downstairs is actually very cool. I don't have to have the AC on at all. I'm decent here. If I'm upstairs, I need the AC on, but if I'm downstairs, I'm actually quite cool. So that's lovely because I can stream and I don't need the AC in the background that the mic might pick up. And hello, Greentail the Fox, and hello, Soxy. So hello, everyone. Hope you've been enjoying both the Twitch and the YouTube streams. I'm going to try to keep doing this for Medieval Masters. I'll need to create unique thumbnails for each day. We'll see if I go back and edit the thumbnail. I also want to cast that Hera ACCM. There's a game 3, but maybe I'll just cast that for YouTube. Is this the 3-ville start tournament? Yes, indeed it is. You can see we're a minute 35 into the game, and we have 6 villagers, so that means we've started at 3. Or we played 9-ville, and TaToH's deleted 3 already. That could always happen. We saw him delete all those arbalests last time we had cartographers in Cartographers 1, so you never know. TaToH with his delete key. TaToH, at least back when I was at the ECL, we were at the LAN, and I was experimenting with all the player hotkeys. TaToH put delete on F1, so it actually was closer for him to press on the left side of the keyboard. But maybe that also contributes to some misclicks. I also like how he's managing this. He's pushing all of the deer, and taking the deer before taking any of the elephants. Not using any of his sheep yet. We'll grab the water buffaloes now. Scouting all around with them. I like that start to the game. It means that by the time he goes to take the elephants, he'll have 3 on wood. And he actually can have more vills on the elephants, which decay more quickly than do the deer. And he has 3 on 3 on the deer. So I think this is a nice setup for TaToH. You have delete mapped to left click. Soxy, ooh, Soxy also has delete on F1. Better not accidentally delete any TCs, Soxy. So, enclosed, don't know if there's much to say about the Dark Age. It's nice and peaceful. You have a whole bunch of water buffalo. And you have this rock terrain on the outside. And all the relics are on the rock terrain. Will be 2 on the right, 3 on the bottom left. Actually, significant relic advantage for TaToH, I think. He basically has 1, 2, 3. Basically for free there. Hearttt maybe has better access to 1, and this one's kind of right in the middle. The Vietnamese Chinese. Rat and archers feel like the option for TaToH here. Rat and archer bombard cannon, and I don't know what the Chinese can do against that. I mean, maybe fire lancers. I've learned fire lancers counter everything. But the Chinese will have a really good eco and try to win the game off of their smooth economy. Vietnamese probably get to late game with their army composition, even add in Imperial skirms, and they'll be feeling better, I think. Only 2 on wood for Hearttt, so I wonder if he's just focusing really heavy on food to go up fast. And, oh yeah, he is going to go up fast. Look at that, 19 pop up as the Chinese, 19 pop up with Loom. He's going to be up super fast. This cannot be a fast castle here. And Galileo, hello. Religiously keeps the bedroom at 62 and the office at 65. That is too cold for me. I like it in the 70s. A good 73 degrees. I did like the 9-ville start for cartographers. But always is nice to go back to 3-villes. Hello, Sedishes. So, water buffalo under the TC, just chilling for TaToH. And both players up. So sometimes I wish that we cast Rex, like we could get all the streamers to agree, just fast forward through the Dark Age. fast forward the Dark Age. Stay consistent. And Legendary Noob. Watching this on 360p is quite an internet experience. It's quite an experience. Internet is so bad. Oh no. You turned the 4K YouTube stream into 360p. At least you have a higher bitrate for the stream, but I imagine that is a big difference. And thank you, Slippert, or Slippert, Slippy RPT, however I say the end of your name. Thank you for the follow on Twitch. Is it possible to have the randomness of Rubly Arabia in DE, some mod or something? Yeah, you can. You can just take the map script and put it into DE. The only thing you have to swap around are some slight differences in how the hills spawn. But yeah, you can do that. There's probably some mods out there with it. Or if you have the game files, you can just paste it around. So TaToH is up to feudal. We'll have 1 on gold. He'll be doing an archery range. On archery range for Hearttt, he's just opening straight for skirm. So just spear, archer, skirm will go forward. And, well, maybe he could harass the gold, but TaToH immediately going to do a watchtower on that gold. Dismissing that for 5 games and then crying about how unfair it is before coming back to DE Arabia. Well, that's one of the things I'd like to do is per player woodlines that are not hacks. Chinese men-at-arms are unstoppable right now, are they? Well, I guess the Chinese early feudal rush, if you don't have the tower up in time, that can be stopped. So the rush coming in from that super fast uptime from Hearttt before TaToH was ready with the tower. And he's maybe losing 2 vills here. Yeah, it's 2 vills down. Heartt's gonna get away now that the tower goes up, but nice opening from Hearttt. Alright, TaToH taking a bit more damage than he wanted to. Also, that tower will make his mining rather inefficient as the vills walk around it. Oh boy, Nilly, oh boy. So we'll have now a blacksmith on the way for TaToH, but fletching already going to be in for Hearttt. You're not going to get too much feudal damage because of how enclosed players are in their enclosure. And Tower on the Gold protects everything else, but still can be risky around the berries, maybe. Hearttt can control that. And now the question for Hearttt is how much do you really invest into this army versus invest into your own boom? And he's moved out to gold, hasn't towered it. He'll be going to that wood line in the middle. Hasn't finished walling himself up, but on this side at least he's walled, and we'll just keep pumping a few more skirms forward. Archers and skirms. And once he feels like he has enough army forward, I think he'll probably stop army production and just go up. There's only so much you can do in feudal on this map. And it's a question then of uptiming versus getting enough feudal army to do your upgrades in castle and then have it more useful then. But part of me thinks maybe a forward workshop would be in the play for Hearttt, like a fast up forward workshop. Much better on the TV for YouTube. Yep, that's what a lot of people tell me. TV or other devices. YouTube is more convenient. And let's be honest, if you're watching on Twitch, then you're probably on desktop and you're alt tabbed anyway. So tower gonna go up for Hearttt, but his will be up in time. Might lose a skirm, but Bills will garrison and get the scout. Ooh, almost. That scout will escape on 2 HP. So 1 skirm down, but the gold secured. 46 viewers and 4 likes, come on. Well, I mean, even that, we have between Twitch and YouTube 200 viewers just for going live for 15 minutes. So you all are coming to the stream very early these days. I hope you all did enjoy the cartographers and maybe these numbers continue for us. This has been really nice for channel growth. Archer goes down. And skirms hit the archer there. And just skirms now for TaToH. He'll do wheelbarrow, but we see that Chinese economy. Heartt, 900 more resources collected just about so far. Chinese eco and with the 2 Vil kills. Around the top, this army from TaToH has not done any damage, and Heartt clicks up to the Castle Age. Now the next question is, what goes forward? Does he get a forward workshop? I could imagine Heartt sending 2 Vils forward for a workshop right here, and then you get to Castle Age and boom, you're pressuring. Vietnamese do not themselves have redemption, so that monk defense isn't an option. And some type of mangonel plus scorpion play forward might be fun, as this army from TaToH is getting caught out. And so far, I think this is about as good of a start to the game as Heartt could have hoped for. Archer goes down, skirms could be picked up by the scout now. TaToH needs to use the market to go up. Heartt did not use the market at all to go up. Now more skirms forward, but it's just skirms. It's only skirms. Cats are the only AoE ones you can watch at work for how calming the commentary is. Nice. I was told that you know, people watch T90 to sleep, but occasionally he gets loud and then wakes them up. Anyways, my streams are more normalized. I'll probably cast just 2. Maybe tomorrow I'll get back to casting all 3, because tonight I have we had a new furnace put in for the air conditioning, but it needs to pass an inspection, and the inspector is passing tonight. And I don't want to be in the middle of a cast and then the inspector comes. I don't know, maybe he'll enjoy some AoE too. but I feel like if I got someone else coming to do stuff in the house, I need to should probably not be in the middle of a stream. Cast the inspection. Oh boy, I don't want to cast if we fail. What if we fail the inspection live on stream? I don't want to have to go through that. I've actually been very, very minimal with my air conditioning usage because there was like a filter that they still need to install, as TaToH loses 2 more villagers. He's a total of -5 Tati, no. And installing that next week. But until then, I've just been like, I turn it on for like 5 minutes whenever I need it to be slightly cooler. But like I said, the downstairs area here, we're kind of in a first floor apartment. And it's actually quite cool here. If I leave this room, then it's, oh gosh, TaToH calls the quick GG. He's lost way too much. He sees the Castle Age from Heartt. All those elite skirms forward. And Heartt with the Chinese. Here I am thinking TaToH just needs to make it to late game and he'll be okay with the Vietnamese, but Heartt saying, no, you're not going to make it to late game. How about Chinese eco? I have 1k more res collected. I've killed 5 Vils. You made a tower on your gold with only 1 Vil. And I munched that Vil with the skirm and archer, a spear, and a scout right away. Heartt just needs to choose how he wins, while TaToH making the choice for him. He says, let's go to this next recorded game. Not going to waste any more time. So 19 to 12 KD, Eco was about to shoot to the moon for Heartt, or he'd just pressure with mangonels or siege or something forward. Over a minute faster to the Castle Age, and TaToH saying, nope, GG, let's go next. Section will fail us. Well, if I could reverse that, then I could fail the inspection. Or I could make the inspection fail. That still sounds like it would be a negative outcome for me. That sounds like whether you reverse the outcome, it's still bad. Alright, so overlay, updating. We'll have 1-0 for Heartt. And as far as maps go, he was winning enclosed. And as far as civs go, he was winning Chinese at his very first pick over Vietnamese, the very last pick for TaToH. Maybe TaToH's just hoping for a 2-1 where he'll use Vietnamese and get them out of the way. And win Arena and Kawasan. Ooh, Arena! I hope we get to see Arena. Alright, I'll wait for them to post the next rec. I'm curious though, if you are... TaToH needs an air conditioner right now. Oh, he must be really hot in Spain. I mean, it's hot for me here in Jersey. Spain must be even worse. I love going to Red Bull when it was October and warm. They gave us hats and lots of water. I brought sunblock with me. It's lovely. As I was saying though, if you're on Twitch, are you alt-tabbed? Are you alt-tabbed? Are you watching something else? Or are you like having this in the background while you're working? Yeah, the spec dashboard's offline. Oh gosh. Good thing we don't need that right now. Hopefully it's online for the next set of games. And we have rec number 2. Save that in my folder. And it will be Arena. Arena. Most lovely of all maps. You're on your phone at work, and because work is slow, you're playing a game on your Steam Deck. Now that is an efficient day at work. How many sets today? There are 3 sets. There should be 3 sets every day during the group stage. I'll probably just cast the first 2, though. I'm still both recovering from cartographers, and like I said, I gotta make sure we pass the inspection. So 5 relics in the middle. This will be DE's Arena, which means we have chickens in the middle. You can take these at some point sometimes if you're trushing. Like if Hearttt were to tower rush TaToH here, you can maybe take the chickens. Some little gravestones in the middle, because why not bury your corpses by the chickens? And of course, 1080 HP walls, so you could tower rush if you wanted. We'll have Malay for TaToH and Burgundians for Hearttt, so 2 typical arena civs. And we'll have the deer pushed in by that scout. So these are the standard DE maps that are being used for the tournament for the most part, aside from maybe Fortress. Persians on Arena. You work at an ice cream shop? Oh boy, that would not be slow around here today. I could use some ice cream. Llama boy, hello, Lily. Check yeah, TaToH's doing some ranked games now. Let me also get started with drinking my coffee while we're here casting these. Full HD walls, full HD walls. And hello Alonzo on YouTube. Welcome everyone. Can we blame Nilly for the heat? You know what? If the pathfinding algorithm were more efficient, I'm sure all of the CPUs in the world playing Age of Empires would be performing less calculation, would be spending less time doing calculations, and they wouldn't be producing as much heat. So, for the temperature, for global warming, pretty sure it all is Nilly's fault. Looks like amazing tunnel mixed with arena. Kind of, I see what you're going for. I'm gonna tolerate the slander of Nilly and Viper on Baltic map. I'll have to for now. I need a break from Baltic. Yeah, Nilly can fix climate change just by fixing pathfinding. TaToH base kinda sucks. Well, he does have forward stone, forward gold, and forward gold. And he has back berries, but it's not on a tower rush civ matchup, so yeah, this is not a good map for him. I will agree with your assessment. Meanwhile, Hearttt has back stone, back gold. Oh, and it's the thing, where they're all in the same locations. Oh, I still need to do a video analyzing this, because I think this is a thing that legit is broken in DE, that your resources tend to be on the same side for both players. And that leads to these matchups where everything's in the back for Hearttt and everything's in the front for TaToH. I need to make this video. I need to finish editing the video I'm working on now about maps, and then make more videos about maps. So Dark Age double bit axe there for Hearttt. As the Burgundians, he will have the Dark Age eco upgrades, also doing horse collar. Maybe could have optimized the build for a slightly earlier double bit axe, but all in all, it's fine. It's only a couple minutes, 3 or 4 vills on wood. And he's out 4 vills on the berries. Did mill the front of the berry patch, so looked to be efficient. Probably won't be doing farms there if he's pressured. And Feudal Age for TaToH. Ooh, could be doing a Feudal Boom with the melee. Doesn't look like he's on Stone to Trush. And I watched Hera stream in the finals of Cartographers. Almost wanted to stop playing due to the pathing issues 1 or 2 times. I didn't get a chance to watch his stream, but I was watching T90 do an analysis of his recorded games when he played the silver finals, and he was complaining about the pathing. He was saying that that fight he took where he lost a whole bunch of Rothas to Mangonels in that Nomad game was 75% pathing, or at least that's what he wrote in our chat. so the T90 loss is 25% T90, 75% Nilly. Says TaToH up to the Feudal Age, Bill goes out to the gold, and Mining Camp up on the gold too. Double bit axe over here for TaToH. And horse collar on the way. Very well hosted. You watched offline, meaning you watched the YouTube videos for cartographers? And if you did, I hope you enjoyed. Did Hearttt forget you need to age up this game? It's Arena. It's Arena. It's 26 pop with Burgundians. You need to spend your resources on those Dark Age eco upgrades. He's perfectly fine on this uptiming. He might want to go for scouts too, so he's good. Remember, this is a 9-vill, or this is not a 9-vill start. This is a 3-villager start. So Dark Ages will be a bit longer than we were getting in Cartographers. So why so fast feudal for TaToH? He is the melee, and if he goes fast feudal, he then can do his eco upgrades. So Lumber Camp and Mill, Double Bit Axe and Horse Collar, and get a farming eco established. And the Feudal Boom, some players like doing it with the melee. Personally, I still prefer the Fast Castle. I guess with the low HP on these arena walls, it does give you the advantage that you can respond better to Trushes. Feudal Booming is great versus Trushes. Straight Fast Castle is one of the maybe worst things you can do as melee against the Trush because you're Dark Age for so long. It takes you a long time before you can do a counter tower. Also gives him another advantage, and this is honestly I think the best part about the Fast Feudal, is that you get to your Scout boost faster. Remember, when you hit the Feudal Age, your Scout goes from 1.3 to 1.55 speed, and it gets +2 attack. So for the past couple minutes, Hearttt has had to keep his Scout inside of his own base, and hasn't been able to move out to scout the middle. So if you look at the scouting, he has much less scouting than TaToH has, who has scouted the entire map right now. And that can sometimes be beneficial for the melee, just to control the early game scouting. And stable market for Hearttt. So he might have less of an idea of where to send his relic vills right away. And barracks for TaToH, he can get out a couple spears. Maybe barracks, market. And if he wants to go scouts, maybe he has a better food eco to pump out the scouts on his way up. This isn't even the fast feudal thing, though? What is the fast feudal thing, then, Soxy? This isn't like the fastest feudal he could do, but he's just feudal booming. And there we have Heavy Plow and Bowsaw on the way for Hearttt, so his eco upgrades are coming in, and the market will go up for TaToH. Also a stable here for TaToH, so yeah, he will be doing scouts. He'll probably click up and then do scouts. You have 8 minutes for the feudal eco techs. How fast was TaToH up? What was his? We can check that, right? What was his uptime? He was up at 7:33, Soxy. So he's up faster than 8 minutes. So, Castle Age on the way. You're looking at Reddit, it's late. It's late, Soxy. Needing to Sox just needs to realize that the game is upside down for him in Australia. So Castle Age on the way for both players. TaToH will be around less than 2 vills of a timing of a difference. And looking at res collected, TaToH is ever so slightly ahead. Please delay matches by 12 hours so Sox can be at full brain power. Well, these are wrecks. We presumably could. Add fishing ships. It depends on how fast you go up. If you're very close to each other, maybe you even just add 2 or 3 fishing ships. If you're farther apart, you can get away with 4, maybe 5. Always depends on the map and the civ and the build and the water setup, and if you're going fires versus galleys. So is the advantage? I think it is pretty even now. I mean, this map looks like it had balanced relics. That one crocodile will go after the spear, and TaToH will get 1 poke with his spear. It looks like right in the middle. Spears will poke each other. And it'll be 2 additional TCs for TaToH right away, 1 extra for Hearttt. Usually if you're going scouts, you're adding so many farms. He's up to 13 farmers right now, that you're not getting the second additional TC for 3 total right away. You have a bit of a delay. That's usually not too bad though. TaToH is going to take great advantage of just the uptiming being faster for melee to get more villas out. And spears get pokes on all the scouts, light cav in for Hearttt. So TaToH with more res collected still, but Hearttt gonna start by picking up 1 relic. And TaToH is going to get a poke or 2 with his spear. It's nicely done for him. As TaToH, well, he's not going straight for the relics, he went for the TCs a bit more of a priority than the monastery. So Hearttt with 2 TCs in the monastery, he's going more aggressively for the relics, especially with the light cav upgrade. Ooh, TaToH did not need to be poked there. Falling asleep a second on the scout micro. And looks like 1 monk was just picked off. That looks like a monk corpse, I think. The robe. So 1 relic right now for Hearttt. Advantage for him. And TaToH will keep adding in some houses, try not to get housed as he does more scouts. One advantage of just doing scouts plus husbandry is you are actually faster than the light cav. Especially, yep, there we are, 1.65 to 1.71. And, I mean, tiny bit of speed like that does matter. It lets you pick off monks better. And especially, it feels like TaToH's on the short end of the stick. In terms of the spear pokes. Or maybe on the long end of the spear. With how he's been getting poked. Melee does have light cav, yes, but he is just opting to stay on scouts so that he doesn't have to spend resources on that upgrade. And he's going to hope to snipe off monks more than fight directly against Heartt's light cav. But so far this looks like it'll be the 3rd relic for Hearttt now. Oh no, the 2nd relic for Hearttt. TaToH managed to grab 1. So if you're buying food, if you delay the light cav upgrade, then you can maybe snipe monks. Oh, just like that, just like that. Oh, 1 monk down, 2nd monk down. TaToH going to plaid speed with the scouts, turning the monk around. And losing his own monk too. So all the monks just going down. On the pointy end of the spear, yes. The pointy end of the spear. Oh, on the pointy end of the spear again, but loses 2 scouts, 3 scouts. Monk on the sharp end of the sword. And on the other side, still that scout or that light cav patrolling around for Hearttt, looking for monks. More houses for Hearttt, houses at the front. And Hearttt shall be adding in a 4th TC, did the 3rd TC, adding the 4th. Hasn't done any of his imp upgrades yet. I know it's probably not worth it, but I do like FCing directly into crop rotation as the Burgundians, just for the fun of it. So TaToH losing another monk, and he did now invest into that light cav upgrade. So 1 converted light cav, the rest of these scouts will go up, and now he's better able to take a fight. Spear's coming out, and still 2 relics on the field. So if TaToH can use an eco advantage now for more scouts, he might be able to get away with getting 3 relics. Still no monk going for that. And feels like now he does have a bit of the middle control. Under his presence, more so than Hearttt has. And Spear is going forward. Scout runs away. Scout was running at the speed of the Spear, but finally moved forward. And a couple of monks there. Light Cav going for them. Hearttt trying to block. And I think one conversion came in. And Spear goes down there. More pokes coming forward, that crocodile chasing. Nice turn from Hearttt to pick off that scout and not get poked in turn. Yeah, lots of light cav micro. That's what this arena game is. Boom with light cav micro. And then you get to imp, and what do we like more, Burgundians or melee? Maybe it comes down to which civ gets the relic. And we're gonna have crossbow now for TaToH. Crossbow as he is starting to add in ranges. So Arbalest, a nice opening unit for the melee, as Hearttt clicks up to imp. Now Burgundians, they could go early paladin for map control. And if that happens, maybe melee could go elephants to fight the paladins. That could be interesting. So let me start drinking my coffee so I can be better awake for these sets. Oh, did that villager trap himself? Oh no, the villager. Alright, chat, if you're in this situation, what do? Do you delete a house? Or do you delete a vill? Hard deciding the answer is the house. But chat all saying house. You just walk through the house? Well, he's not Khmer. Oh, all of you. You're not violent enough. That fertilized the ground. Thank you, Greentail the Fox. Thank you. Maybe all the people who live in those houses want a garden in the middle and don't want some villager taking up their garden space. Build a tower and garrison inside of it? I don't think he was in a spot he could tower hop over the outside. That would be the answer in some situations. It will be ranges for Hearttt. Undoubtedly, he will be going for elite skirm, though. He has had the light cav in a spot where he's seen the crossbows, so he knows what TaToH's going for. And spear crossbow can be counted by elite skirm. 4th TC on the way for TaToH. He's up to imp, and rather quickly up to imp. And, well, similar vill count for both players. TaToH has his 4th TC up to... Zoom out a bit. Still not quite used to the zoom level I need to cast at if I'm casting in 4K. So let me know if I need to be zooming in or out. I feel like it can maybe be distracting if I'm constantly going in and out. Bombard towers are bombard cannons. Chemistry immediately for both. There's that 2-man saw for Hearttt. Waited until imp for it though, but at least it is cheap. I wonder if he'll do crop rotation. I also need ballistics. And it will be a forward castle for TaToH. So we'll probably see cannons on the way, but skirm cannon versus crossbow cannon. Maybe advantage for the skirm. Castle for Hearttt nestled among the houses. Maybe hard for the vills to get to it. Some light cap for picking off the skirms though. But TaToH taking advantage of those leftover light cap, and he did manage to get 3 relics. So 3 relics to 2 in favor of TaToH. And for now, a bit of map control. 2 workshops behind this. And having gone for the skirms, we see the stable behind this. That's still the scout stable though. And it's just 4 ranged skirms. And then be 3 workshop cannons. So the skirm cannon. I have to wonder though, maybe if Hearttt had gone just cavalier, he'd be in a position just to run under that castle, snipe off some crossbows, and destroy cannons. So conscription on the way for TaToH. He's going to look to go not just trebs, but also bombard cannons. Conscription on the way also for Hearttt. So interesting they're not both pumping out trebs, but I guess they both feel like the cannons would destroy trebs. So they're going first for conscription, rather than prioritizing the siege from the castle, and instead running faster production on their cannons. Interesting, so Arb for TaToH, so it'll be Arb cannon against Skirm cannon. And TaToH, maybe if he stays in this composition, he'll have time to go for an elephant swap. And then have a cav unit to deal with skirms. He'll only need one armor and then elite battle elephant, and then he can just pump them out. Does it feel weird to see only 2 colors on the screen instead of the 4 I've been seeing for the past few days? Maybe. That's true. It does feel a bit weird to see the Nineville start 1v1 maps. I was enjoying the 2v2s. I say I was really enjoying them. I think next time we need to maybe do something slightly different with the sling, but I think we got a great map pool, and I hope to have something like that for next time too. And maybe just swap out a couple maps here and there, but overall I really like the structure of our map pool. Swap that slightly, maybe have a slightly longer tournament. And I think we'll be in a great spot for Carto 3. So both extra golds on the right, Hearttt will be claiming them with a castle. TaToH claiming the stones in the middle of the map, well, that'll let him do more castles. And crop rotation, let's go! Hearttt prepared for the long game. Feels so used to these 2v2 as a fun change. And Skirm's picking off cannons there, Workshop goes down, and this is why you go Skirms, they still pick off cannons and can do so under castle fire, maybe a bit better than Arbs. Okay, not really, they all died. They don't have the final armor upgrade for Hearttt, so hard to tank castle fire like normal civs. And there are trebuchets, 4 cannons, 2 trebs. And again, more damage on the bombard cannons for the Burgundians, but they lack siege engineers. Siege engineers attack that TaToH already has for the +1 range. You enjoyed the 2v2s a lot. You didn't get to watch Hera versus ACCM earlier. Okay. Yesterday you felt I was too zoomed in. This feels better. Okay. I have to get used to it, because when I load Capture Age in 4v4s, it starts pretty zoomed out. And it's not like, I think Capture Age is kind of an optimized zoom for 1080p. So something like here or here is probably pretty good. Didn't mind the sling. Yeah, well, some players liked it. Some players didn't. It was very dependent on mixed opinions, what the feedback I got. So I'm going to be putting out a survey for players. I'll probably put that together tonight. A couple of stables up for TaToH. And forging on the way also for TaToH. So skirms coming forward. Elite battle elephants also coming around. And cannons will start besieging the castle. Cannons going to be picked off. No, they run around. And here come the elephants. Let's go. No Arbs. Hearttt could maybe go hand cannons to fight this, but Hearttt is making a paladin switch. I feel like TaToH's in a much better position to deal with paladins. Both with elephants. I mean, maybe not zoom in that much. I don't know where to go here. Both with elephants and with Arbs. And I think both those compositions will be good against the paladins. Kind of a meat shield in the front, Arb in the back. I love how the skirms even are effective against melee elephants with their low pierce armor, but I think all in all the elephants will have the advantageous matchup there. Castle under cannon treb fire. And Squire's on the way. TaToH will probably be updating to Hal, but both players probably will now that they see the cav on the field. Cannons, ooh, nice dodge from Hearttt. As that castle will crumble, I feel like they added a huge new destruction animation to the Burgundians' castle. Maybe I just never paid attention before, but since the castle architecture patch, the collapse is epic. The skirms being pushed by the elephants, cannons and Arbs coming forward. Cannons looking for an attack on the workshop, as the Arbs take out the paladins. Houses go down and cannons go forward, continuing to destroy the houses. Houses tank a lot of cannon shots. Never really realized that. I feel like it's been there for a while? Okay, maybe I just haven't been paying attention. Lots of stables to the side, so TaToH has to be careful not to be too overzealously forward with his cannon positioning. in the presence of those paladins. But now, upon seeing the forward base, Hearttt is constructed on the eastern side, TaToH will move there, and somehow, how did he get paladins into TaToH's base? Well, there are paladins here. Somehow, did he run through a gate? TaToH rebuilding a gate. Were there petards, or the gate was just deleted? Anyway, there are paladins inside. They're hoovering a bit. A bit of hoovering, but nothing too bad for TaToH to deal with. Still is the Vil lead, even. You can just queue a few more Vils, and he'll be fine. Petards, okay, he probably just petarded in, but didn't get that much done with them. And TaToH can send elephants at them. Maybe it's a few too many elephants. Look at his own castle up, and still pushing on the right. Another forward Treb there. TaToH looking to take that out maybe with the elephants or the cannons. And, oh, Treb shot on the cannon. Treb goes down, elephants pushing still. Hearttt trying to push out, TaToH with the KD lead. But, remember, TaToH's deaths are the elephants, they are more expensive. No, actually, are Malay elephants more expensive than paladins? I don't know that. So gates to keep the elephants away from the cannons, and walls to keep them even more away, but the walls don't fully go up. And the cannons are surrounded by the elephants. That one doesn't go down though, lots of halbs there, and that's a big elephant sacrifice from TaToH as he does Blast Furnace. TaToH also floating 4k wood. Might need to start turning that into farms. The paladin raids did disrupt the farming eco a bit. That might need to rearrange his eco for farms. Didn't get the houses straight up against the edge of the map, so he has them all. Houses, can houses hoover? Because this feels like houses hoovering in TaToH's farm eco. And blocking his mill and farm placement. Sometimes your house placement on arena is crucial. Okay, paladins are more expensive, okay. If you're TaToH, okay. People saying to zoom out more. It also like depends if you're watching on a phone, because if you're watching on a phone, zooming out is maybe a bit harder. I think maybe here is good. I'll try to get something that's consistent that feels good. It's something I'll be paying attention to. Maybe I'll ask Vodka what he does for his zoom level. And TaToH doing a doubt mining camp underneath the castle. Might want to let the castle go down first before sacrificing his villagers. Elephants helping to take out the castle too. Slowly but surely getting whittled down, but Halbs are trying to defend it. And repair bills from Hearttt. This castle will stand if it's repaired, and it will be repaired. And TaToH almost takes it out, but not quite. He'll need more Trebs. That's going to let Hearttt come back across the map. And my worry would just be if we get to the point where the golds start to run out, and then the Malay might have a good trash unit. Like an anti-doubt castle. What shall we call it? I don't know. You'll have to come up with a name. Only watch me on a 60-inch smart TV. Yeah, then I can like cast like this. The whole game. This will be a Dark Age micro. So still a lot of elephants for TaToH, and he does now have pikemen on the way. Halbs are in for Hearttt. Let's see if it's the better trash fully upgraded. Do Burgundians have access to hussars? They're just light cav, right? No, they do have hussars. Okay. Maybe Burgundians then. With all the armor that gets lacked for the Malay. So Arbs, TaToH might want the armor upgrades too for them. But still needs Halb, still pushing on the side. Oh, the elephants are finding Vils on the gold. The elephants are finding Vils on the gold. Can we zoom in for this slaughter? Look at those elephants go. Look at them go. Vils all going down. Oh, the massacre. I'll have to rebuild farms near the gold because of how fertile the ground will be. Hearttt has not noticed. Are all of these Vils going to go down? I think every single Vil here dies. Heartt's still not running the Vils. Oh no. 3 elephants causing chaos. Not even killing the Vils all that fast. But yes, every single Vil. Oh, now he's realized. He's finally realized. And TaToH's still pushing at the front, and it feels like with that score lead now, as TaToH has taken out the castle on the right, and will construct his castle in its place. 30 lead, Heartt's dropping in population, running out of resources. TaToH with a good stockpile still of wood. as the elephants push. Have enough elephants and you can fight the Halbs. Yeah, Malay do a forced levy for the trash war. That's a good thing. What are the chances Hearttt tries to push the button? Malay Castle is wonderful. I feel like it's an interesting design, but doesn't really fit the Malay with the rest of their architecture. Maybe if they had an architectural upgrade to match it, it'd make more sense. But just this roof, the brown wooden structure on top doesn't match the orange roofs of the Southeast Asian architecture. It looks out of place to me whenever I see it. Yeah, it feels like this is a Viking castle. I don't even know why. I don't even know what Viking architecture would look like. But it feels like the top part of this castle should be for the Vikings. I don't know if that's saying the roof should change to be like the rest of the buildings, or the rest of the buildings should be like the castle. I'd be in favor of the independent architectures like we had for Wooloo Kingdoms. Like a makeshift upgrade to a reclaimed Portuguese or similar. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. But still, I would like the rest of the architecture kind of to match it then. You like the Southeast Asian architecture, really? I never had a problem with it. The only, like, architecture problem I really have is the mills for the African Kingdom civs, and they look too much like houses. So TaToH's still pushing. Elephants going forward, Halbs going forward. Trying to get into the cannons. TaToH could maybe keep pushing on the right with that castle. He has the extra gold. And with all the gold still, and the relic advantage, it feels like this is just a great push from TaToH. Market and University looks similar, do they? I feel like TaToH's won this game. He's doing the armor upgrade. Let's check that out. Market and University. There's the market, and there's the university. You know, they do look similar. I think the university probably needs to be rotated, or like mirrored. Right? Like the opening on the university should face it to the left rather than to the right. Then maybe it'd look better. Okay, I get what you're saying there. TaToH putting his university against the edge of the map for the trade, as he will tie it up 1-1 after a wonderful game of Malay elephant pushes. I do wonder if maybe early Imp Hearttt would have had an option to go Paladin first instead of Skirm, and then could have won the Bombard Cannon War by being able to just be out on the map and hoover around and take out the castle first. So maybe that's a different way to play this matchup, but they both went for the Boom Light Cav approach, and TaToH proving to be a bit more effective there. So 458 kills for TaToH, better KD, better eco, and GG. Azeli's did indeed do quite a lot of work. Underrated. I've never seen a Malay or Viking castle in real life. As an American, we tend not to have castles around here. So I'm certainly no expert. Oh, nice Teutonic Knights emotes, Jacob. Paladin seemed weak compared to the elephants, especially without bloodlines. Not that the Malay have the best elephants. Oh, they still have pretty good ones. We do have some cool forts. Malay didn't do a lot of fortifications in the AoE2 timeline. It'd be nice if maybe the history section of the game had info on the castles. That's a win on Arena for TaToH. And that is the Malay winning against the Burgundians. So TaToH using his bottom 2 civs, Hearttt his top 2. And now they will get to... What is that map? Kawasan. With 4 good civs for Italians, Dravidians, Persians, and Japanese. So are Persians the favorite civ here over Japanese? It's the uptiming for them is nice. And we'll just wait for them to post game number 3. I need a week vacation? Well, that's why I've only been doing 2 sets a day. Haven't been doing all 3. I'll pick it up again more tomorrow. Yeah, the downside of taking the vacation would be I might lose some momentum with all the viewership we had. And we've been doing great for viewership so far the past couple days, so let's keep it up. Just some short 4-hour casts, yes. So you found for the inspiration of that roof shape. I'll need some more context there for what those words mean. Oh, they wrote TaToH versus Hearttt Game 3, but didn't post the rec. There we go. Oh, that's an all caps named rec. That's how you know it's a good one. TaToH versus Hearttt Game 3, and it's yelling at me. Let's go. And lots of alt tabbing for me. Get back to capture age. Here we are. Been Googling random names in Indonesian Malay architecture. Okay. So we will have TaToH playing in the blue as the Persians against Hearttt playing in the red as the Dravidians. This is the latter version of Kawasan. You will have 5 relics in the middle along with the berries, and then 2 lakes with 8 deep fish each on either side of the map. Sup chat, sup ducks. I still need to make an Insta post with our Medieval Times meetup. Ugly had a couple of good photos. I had some photos. Ducks has some photos. And our night 1. I don't know if anyone else knows about Medieval Times, but you go there. They serve you food that you eat with your hands, and the food is just chicken. So they've definitely been up to date with the current patch. And you're given a knight. I don't know if it's random or I don't know if you can pick somehow, but you're given a knight, and we were the Green Knight, and the Green Knight won. There's six knights that'll fight each other in a tournament. Our knight won. And Ray really got into it. He was very skeptical at first, but then he got into it by the end. What was the Pierce armor on the Malay elephants? So the Malay elephants, the Malay only get 1 of the armor upgrades. So they only get +1 from the blacksmith. I think they have 2 +1. I forget exactly what it is, but it's weird. It's weird because it's at the point where the skirms are effective against them. But the skirm play from Hearttt in that last game was a reaction to just the early imp arbalest, or I guess even crossbow play from TaToH. So he went skirm to try to counter the crossbows and win the bombard cannon war. But TaToH was still able to hold and eventually swap to the elephants. You have to spend a lot of time microing the cannons. But it did work out for him. 3+1, 3+1. A bald guy greater than the other guys? That's what the monk tells us. That's why monks are bald. They know that's how they win. Is Leary microing the Green Knight? Oh, probably. So Vil hunting the boar, gonna bring it in towards that town center. Makes me think the 21 damage Burgundian hand cannons could have done a lot of damage. They're also big, so kind of hard to miss. Oh, look at the birds, look at the birds, they're all flying in the middle. Yes, DE, it's doing the thing, where the birds get stuck. I don't know why this happens, but sometimes the birds all get stuck, and they're doing it. We have two types of birds. We have the macaws and the falcons. Can macaws... Are these two birds compatible? Can they mate with each other? We saw a falcon at medieval times too, but it wasn't this impressive. Maybe medieval times needs to get a lesson from DE and have all the falcons run around like this. This is Dave's stream all of a sudden. I mean, we always gotta look at the birds, ducks, regardless of who's streaming. I saw literally everyone. I watched a few casts of the finals of cartographers. Literally everyone at some point noticed the pandas on Nomad. Memb and Dave both pointed them out. That was a good use of panda, I think. I think I used them on Arabia and on Nomad. And obviously the pandas wouldn't be on Arabia, but Arabia is just kind of a generic term for generic AoE 2 map these days. So corner check? I guess maybe it's center of the map we gotta check now. But is there anything in the corner? No, nothing in the corner. So we'll have 2 fishing ships out for Hearttt. They've docked opposite ponds, 3 now for TaToH. And both up to feudal. TaToH will be up a bit faster. Did TaToH do loom? Yes, he did. And he's sending a Vil. Looks like he wants to dock the same pond as Hearttt. Now, Dravidians do have extra wood, but Persians will have the faster working docks and extra HP on the docks. So maybe a slight advantage in the fire ship fight as long as TaToH can keep the docks working. However, on the land, we do have militia being added in from Hearttt, and he will be sending his militia through all these birds to go for a men-at-arms rush onto TaToH. TaToH could wall to the TC rather nicely there by that wood line. We'll have a gold in the back. And honestly, he could be fully walled by the time the men-at-arms get in. Or at least wall to the back. Walling would take wood away from the fires he wants to produce, but now he's up, adding in a fire, and he has such a nice uptiming. He's going to send his Vil forward, and what he might be looking to do here is wall in the dock Vil of Hearttt. If Hearttt is maybe paying attention to the militia, TaToH will spot that with his scout just in time as the militia come forward. And if you're a player and you're playing the game, do you ever notice the birds freaking out in the fog of war? Oh, I think they've freed themselves. They freed themselves. There they go. Fly free, birds, or maybe they haven't. You turning around. Some of them have freed themselves. Alright, they're free just in time for the militia to come forward. And Hearttt up to feudal. And there we have TaToH with 2 houses, getting this walled up, walling up in the back, and making sure everything is walled so the militia won't be able to do damage at barracks for TaToH. And he's completely safe. Maybe they could try to dive the TC at some point. But TaToH has had such a nice uptiming advantage. He's gotten the fire ship out on this pond. Hearttt making a fire, but will definitely be late and already being behind the profusely proficient Persian production. As another fire on this lake for TaToH, and feels like everything's gone right for TaToH. He's in a position to win both lakes. He was up faster. He stopped the man-at-arms push, and things are looking pretty good for him. That is a 5 eco unit lead, considering the 3 fishing ships and now 2 Vils from being the Persians. And are Persians just this OP? Maybe they are. He'll get a range up. We'll see if he goes for archers or skirms, but a couple archers to defend against men-at-arms might be just what the doctor ordered here. He was obsessed with the birds and them freaking out. I just like how silly it is that happens. What is wrong with DE that happens? I'll need to get like a montage one day. Because years ago I had on a Nations Cup stream, it was a 4v4 map, so there were even more birds, and they were all the birds of the map were freaking out like that. It was lovely. That's why you go Persians on this map. Faster working TC, faster working docks, nice plus 50 food wood at the start. Amazing eco bonus for the hybrid maps, and now he has his own archer out for defending against the men-at-arms. Hearttt unable to teach a lesson with those men-at-arms. Imagine a nilly patch that fixes the bird path and leaves all the other GBT. Imagine a nilly patch that fixes pathfinding only for him. And then he makes his return to the tournament scene. He'll have to quit his job at World's Edge to get back to playing in tournaments again. But if he quits and he's the one who changes the pathfinding, maybe no one else will know enough to change it back. And all of a sudden, Millie will be the new Hera. So archers will move forward for TaToH. Fletching is done. And he is destroying these docks. 3 fires inside the dock for Hearttt. But once the dock goes down, TaToH even has a demo ready. So Hearttt taking back water control on the left. But if you are Persians, you can always just take that back with your production speed at some point. Hearttt adding in 1 fishing ship. And there he goes. TaToH used the demo. And he'll have full control of this water on the right. And if he wants to invest to the water on the left, he can. TaToH will be long distance, taking the Ibexes at the front of his base. And Men-at-Arms Archer is still around here for Hearttt, but TaToH with the Archer number advantage will look to take that fight. Nice dodges from Hearttt. TaToH using the Scout. Low HP Archer there from him, but Hearttt not quite able to pick that off properly. Now, TaToH loses the Scout. I don't like losing the Scout there. No, I don't like that at all. TaToH will run over towards that gold and force Hearttt to keep microing. But looks like Hearttt should be able to defend. I don't think TaToH will be able to grab a Vil unless she walks the wrong side of the gold. If you just trust the water, probably an option, but then you have towers that are only on one of the pawns and not both of them. And it's big enough even if you like go for a tower on a dock, maybe your enemy can just do another dock. So TaToH losing the water on one side, so things not quite as good as they initially looked for him. I'll just be mucking with archers. Men-at-Arms still forward. TaToH with Vils forward. Here come the Men-at-Arms. And Hearttt now, if he blocks properly with the Scout, might be able to get a couple of Vils. Hearttt with the comeback here gets a Vil and should get a second without much issue. Whereas TaToH running with the Vils, he's running forward, trying to get to the cover of his archers, but he loses both Vils and has another low HP one there. He'll finally pick off the Men-at-Arms and gets the Scout. Getting the Scout is crucial. But 2 Vils for that. Hearttt finally finding some damage there. So, finally, Hearttt taking a pond, getting damage with his Men-at-Arms, will finish off that dock and get his fishing eco added in. TaToH does, however, have a nice resources at collected advantage so far. He'll use the market, sell some stone, and click his way up. Why do the fish keep jumping out of the water? So you can see where they are, so you can right-click them. That's why. Makes it visually display where they are. And 2 Vil's not good enough at 18 minutes, but at least it's something. So TaToH will be adding in a stable, going for a scout transition, and having a good number of archers, so we'll try to go for crossbow plus knight. Let's maybe get zoomed out here. But maybe this is a good level. Has a skirm forward too, so both players adding a couple of skirms. Hearttt will see the stable. It's not like the water. Declare random rocks of gold on top instead of deep underground. That's true too. I miss the original AoE 2 gold, where it was like stone and gold combined, and not just like gold. Maybe we'll have to mod that in someday. It's okay, Saldir. It's okay. Like I said, sometimes I zoom in for fights, sometimes I then zoom out. It all depends, and it's still something I'm getting used to. And it's something I didn't really pay as much attention to before, but I'm trying to pay attention to now, especially with the 4K stream. Because the 4K zoom level by default is different. Now I need to be more active in controlling it. So another TC going up for TaToH. I think I can maybe set zoom preferences like for hotkeys and capture age. So I might have to experiment with that. Zoom in on the fish, please. Well, we'll do that after we zoom in on this villager who will die to the crossbows. Or not. Oh, just a GG from Hearttt. Okay, we'll zoom in on the fish. They're not leaping anymore. The game's paused. Look at how high that fish leaps. That fish is literally jumping over the boats there. Like, that is a high leaping fish. Majestic fish. I mean, maybe we should like put like a turtle ship here, see if the fish would clear it. You can zoom all the way out. There we go. So, 1-1, TaToH will make that 2-1 with the Persians. Great economy. Hearttt didn't do enough damage with the men-at-arms early on. Came back a bit, but the opening was perfect for TaToH, clearing all of Heartt's fish on both pawns, not taking any damage from the men-at-arms. So, an extra 800 res collected. Uptiming significantly ahead. Hearttt doesn't even make it before calling the GG. And 2-1 win in favor of TaToH. So 2-1. One day soon, I will have the scoreboard that works both in and out of game combined, so I don't need to press as many buttons, but win for the Persians and loss for the Dravidians. So that'll be our first set, and our next set should be live, so thank you everyone for tuning in. And let me just update the titles as we're going to have our next set coming up soon. That was a fast set. That was a fast set. And if they're all fast, maybe I do cast all 3 today. So the next set is supposed to be Sitaux versus Capoch, and then Hera versus FreakinAndy. So we're 15 minutes early, actually, for this next set. Gilnet's not needed 1 too fast. Am I considering getting CA Pro? No. Like I said, I'm in a VIP program, so I have, or at least I was at some point. I don't know if I still am. So I have access to it, but I prefer not to use it. I don't want people to look at the stream and think they need to pay money to have the same quality. Everything in my pipeline is free software, whether it's OBS to DaVinci Resolve to GIMP and Inkscape for thumbnails and logos. And I'm very averse to adding paid products unless I have a significant, compelling reason to do so, and so far, I don't. So, thank you all for tuning in. We'll have another set coming up pretty soon. See if Sitaux and Capoch start their drafting soon. So I can just update the overlay. Go back to our waiting for drafts screen, so everyone knows what we're doing. Get to Sitaux and Capoch. I think these are both in the same group. So TaToH taking the lead in the group right now. And yep, same group. Group D. Don't even need to update my overlays. And also between Twitch and YouTube, I think it is insane that we're getting 400 viewers for this. So definitely an uptick in viewers since Cartographers. So I hope you all enjoyed that, and I hope you all enjoy sticking around. Group Doc. And this group will not be censored by the chat filter, Haster. This coffee definitely is a good decision. I didn't drink the coffee right away, so it's not as warm on this super hot day we have today. How do I link OBS dashboard to CaptureAge dashboard? What do you mean? There's no like CaptureAge dashboard. If you mean if you're asking how I'm planning to link the scoreboards between in and out of game, I'm not. I'm actually just have a browser source that covers that area of CaptureAge, so that I can have my own scoreboard that's linked and click one button and use the same font as CaptureAge so it looks the same. That's my plan. And let me update the title here. YouTube. Update that too. Yeah, exactly, Nardu. It'd be different if it was like, you know, a one-time thing that maybe you pay as like like a DLC type thing for the game, right? And I could maybe see that justified as like an addition to the game that's, you know, not a core part of the game that everyone's going to use. But I think a subscription model is really silly. Some maps could add ducks in place of fish. You want people to eat the ducks? Is Duck still in the chat? He must be horrified. Yeah, scoreboard. The scoreboard, I'm just, that would be a browser. I don't know, maybe there is some way. Oh, Ducks loves duck's meat? Ducks the cannibal. Well, they could maybe add some ducks where you could do the roller coaster tycoon thing where you click on them and they quack. Did you all do that too in the 90s, playing roller coaster tycoon, clicking the ducks? I'll need to do some roller coaster tycoon streams at some point. That's gonna be fun. Rather eat ducks than box turtles. I guess, I mean, box turtles, they should have a very hard shell, right? That must be hard to eat. You gotta not use a good part of the turtle, I guess. And do we have a draft? Ooh, we do have drafts. Lovely, lovely, lovely. And transition time. Boom. In Roller Coaster Tycoon 3, they expand on that, letting you click the birds flying around, which causes them to lose all their feathers. Don't forget to remove the pool ladder. Yeah, we'll have to do that with Roller Coaster Tycoon 3 at some point. Or maybe some Planet Coaster streams. I've never really played that. There's a second one out I need to get. Well, Planet Coaster doesn't have any multiplayer though, like RCT2 does, like Open RCT2. And years ago, I did some streams with Smarthy, and we played 2v2, or the 2v2, we played two-player Open RCT2. Imagine that, RCT2 versus. Like, you each make your own park, and you gotta launch guests into each other's park. You do some subtle sabotage to each other. So map 1 will be Land Madness. Then we'll have Crater for Sitaux and 4 Lakes for Capoch. Crater? What a map pick for Sitaux. I haven't seen a Crater game in a long time. Persian's the very first pick. Oh, there you go. Civ for 4 Lakes. Japanese, Lithuanians, Byzantines, Dravidians, Wu, Georgians, Mongols all banned. Khitans banned. Like one focused on water rides. Yeah, that's the fun thing about multiplayer. You can do whatever you want. You can be as pacifist or antagonistic as you can. And Huns. Oh, I'd love to see some Tarkans, but Chinese and Huns feels like 2 good picks. Huns versus Persians on 4 Lakes can be fun if you go Cav Archers. And also, if you're on YouTube, go check out Ornlu. He's also getting a YouTube stream. I see he's got like 75 viewers on his YouTube stream there, so that looks like a nice pickup for him. What does he have? He's got like, yeah, 133 on Twitch, another 75 on YouTube. I guess there's maybe some overlap there, but... Oh, he's doing a YouTube streaming update. Yeah, I helped Ornlu set that up last night, so I hope it goes well for him. The Jurchens as the second pick for Sitaux. What is he gonna do with what? Oh, is that for a Crater? Because there are all those deer that can be lamed. He's just gonna shoot them and not have them lamed. Oh, Okay, now I'm interested. Where is Sitaux gonna use them? Hopefully Grenadiers. Okay, where is he gonna end up using them? Is he Sitoned? Oh, that's a good pun. Epic. How are you doing, Epic? Welcome in. Romans for Capoch. So, where does he use Romans? Is that a crater civ? Are the Chinese for crater? Portuguese. Ooh, are they for crater? Are they for land mat? Or could Persians go land madness than Portuguese on Four Lakes? Khmer land madness. Is Sitaux going Persians for Four Lakes, Khmer for land madness, and Jurchens for crater? And then Malay in there. Or Capoch at the end. Alright, so drafts are done and we should be getting live games. Oh, the spectator dashboard is offline though. Oh no, Happy leaves. Happy leaves. Save us. I'll have to look for a lobby code then. I need to update my scoreboard too. Sitaux versus Capoch. And also a reminder, this tournament is hosted by Mario, and forgive me for not knowing how to pronounce his last name, but I'll say Ovaye? Mario Ovaye, as an attempt to pronounce it, which I'm sure I'm getting completely wrong, but that sounds better than Ovale, because I'm pretty sure the double L's make a Y sound. Well, this is Mario's tournament, so go give him some support, especially if you're a Spanish language viewer. I believe he does this content all in Spanish, so it's another community I'm not really familiar with, but I give him all the credit for hosting this. I think he mostly streams on YouTube. I've tagged his Twitch here, but I think it's mostly YouTube for him. And we'll have to look for a game code. I also need to stream some of John Slow's tournament, the Heaven and Hell tournament. So I'll have to be keeping an eye on that. Maybe I'll do some of that if I'm doing longer streams. Maybe in the evenings, I'll grab some Recs and cast them. I don't even know what to do with the dashboard offline. like, where do I go? What is life without the dashboard? Yeah, mem typing that the dashboard is offline. Can I try to find them in-game? Can I do an in-game search? We all know that's not gonna work. Oh, it's not even like a custom UGC map either. Oh, yeah. It's gonna be an auto match. Wait, if the dashboard's offline, are there other websites I can use as like AoE2 lobby? Yeah, AOE2 lobby. Can I search here for Sitaux? Or Capoch? No, I can't. Well, maybe I can, but they're just not displayed. Alright, I will. Yeah, the Heaven and Heck. It's pronounced like Obaye? Mario Obaye. I need to like find a clip of Mario pronouncing it himself, and then I can attempt to learn it. We have a game code, and let's go. All right. Ooh, I think we're in. I think we are in. All right. So welcome everyone. Let me just get my chats open so I can see both of them. And Smiley, hello there, Smiley. Hola. Thanks for bringing some smiles to the chat. So here we will have In the Blue Sitaux playing as the Portuguese. We will also have Capoch playing as the Chinese. So Portuguese, Chinese on Land Madness. Sitaux not going for Khmer here, going for Portuguese. And we did see the Chinese in that first set between Hera and Hearttt. We saw them absolutely dominate on Enclosed with how powerful their eco is. And as I've been saying, this is DE's standard version of Land Madness, no rock terrain on the outside. And hello, Sneck. I'm in a hacker's voice. I'm hacking. If I could hack DE that much, I'd improve the map scripting engine. But deer push right away from Capoch. Land Madness, this version, you have one forage bush under your TC. And one boar to lure in. Only one boar, not two. So you have to be pretty adept at pushing in your deer. Ooh, will Capoch go for the double deer push? Will he go for the double push? Is he going for it? Ooh, okay, you go for it. Is he? Ooh, he might be giving up on it. Might be giving up on it. Are we winning at casting today? We're always winning at casting when Panda's in the chat. Hello, Panda. Oh yeah, Panda, did you see the, Yeah, you were around for that Nomad game. You must have seen the Panda Rock in Cartographers. I used that in a couple maps. As I was saying earlier, I rewatched the casts, and everyone was pointing out the pandas. I saw Mem's YouTube video. All the comments were about the Panda Rock. So, forage bush under the TC can be great for the Portuguese. They will gather a bit of wood from it. And everyone will be focusing on pushing in the deer. Exactly, it's your rock. Oh, ducks with the panda. And hello, mouse puddles. Where the panda makes the jump. Oh, that's true. We'll need to mod in a different panda rock where the panda makes the jump. that would be cute. That would be a great mod for someone to do. Where he successfully makes the jump. So Sitaux, will Sitaux go for the double deer push? No, he goes for the one at a time deer push. I can't click the deer behind that tree. There we go. Taking all the deer food as much as he can. Boar will decay a bit more because of that. He'll go for a forward mill. And Sitaux will go for the wall all the way to the edge of the map. And if you look at this, he's going to have 1, 2, 3 gold piles all inside of that wall. His stones are going to be very far forward. I actually don't know if the default DE map script gives a per player stone or just spreads the stones out on the map. If we zoom out pretty far and look at both players, neither of them have a close stone. Actually, Capoch has to go forever away from his base to find a stone. That one's very far forward. At least that one's kind of towards the back. Same for Sitaux, very far out. Although he does have the option now to wall up here from the corner of the map and get a nice wall from the corner over towards his TC, and then use the TC as part of the wall, have all this gold and wood safe in the back, even wall up more and end up playing as a wall. And that's why when I use the map, I like to put the walls on the outside. It just prevents you from playing as a wall. Capoch would have a much more difficult time walling himself. So all in all, I think this is a much better map from Sitaux. I mean, Capoch would have to maybe wall down here to the edge of the map. That's a super long wall. Maybe wall around here. And yes, Sitaux also does have a big wall to make, but it's at the side of the map that's away from his opponent. So just straight to the edge is no problem for him. Even has a deer inside. And we'll end up pushing this deer in, gets it successfully to the TC. And also let me know, chat. Is this a good zoom level? Should I maybe go one tick out slightly, like here? Still experimenting, so I need some feedback. One more out. All right, so I'll stay here, and we'll. I don't know if I can like save and capture age a preset here. That would be nice if I always have something to jump back to. Also, not taking the forage bush is Capoch. Kind of annoying sometimes to have the forage bush under the TC with all of the deer you have to push on this map. Makes it a bit harder to micro everything. But not too big of an issue, I guess. So, stable going up for Capoch. Already you see the Chinese, 300 more resources collected. And this is a very smooth economy. And wall on the wood line there for Sitaux. Not going for the big wall to the edge of the map yet. It is still quite a big wall for him to do, but still an option. And the stable will go up for Sitaux as double bit axe comes in. And the scout for Capoch will run around. Find the stable, maybe keep running around at the front. And a few scouts will come out for Sitaux. And Vils will head on over towards the gold. Back in the day, 20 plus years ago, on AoE 1 on the zone, there were a set of maps that were basically mirror images of each other. Each player had identical resources located in the same locations. Those were probably scenarios, right? Not random maps, though. Because there was no custom random map scripting in AoE 1 as far as I know. So Capoch snipes off that poor little piggy from Sitaux right under the TC. Still has the forage bush there. And Sitaux will just be walling everything up, going for small walls to keep the villagers safe from the scouts. Doing a few scouts of his own, and will transition to an archery range. To take map varieties out of the equation. Yeah, there's probably all custom scenarios then. I remember, was it Rise of Rome that included a bunch of custom scenarios? Or were they in the original AoE 1? I remember there were a bunch of custom maps you could play. With different setups, but I think they were scenarios. I'll have to look at that one more time. I forget exactly what it was. I also the very 90s thing I had in the box I have for AoE 1 in Rise of Rome. I have some CDs with custom scenarios on them. Not like official ones, just custom ones. I guess my dad must have bought them in the 90s at some point. Such a 90s thing to do, include custom levels on a CD. Anything like that for AoE 2? Not that I know of. But I did make an Arabia script for Dragonstar once. I don't think he ended up doing a tournament on it. But it was an Arabia script that was very, very tightly balanced for both players. It's essentially a very mirrored map, but had a bit of randomness to it, so everything could spawn in a circle. I can actually revisit that and make that simpler now, due to the new patch. So maybe that's something I can consider expanding on in the future. I remember Doubt played a show match on it. I forget against whom he played, but it was an interesting idea. Not the type of script I'd like playing myself though. But I always think it's good to have different projects like that, just for some fun variety. So Sitaux not able to push in, And about 400 res collected in advance for Capoch, or in the lead for Capoch as the Chinese. Is it possible for a game mod to make the tax you pay while slinging go to the opponent's team? I don't think so, but that is a fun idea. The tax you pay goes to the opponent team. Oh, the deer is a phosphor-like deer. The deer tried to walk to the other side of the wall. Sitaux didn't notice, though. Oh, Sitaux, you should have noticed that. Sitaux, coincidentally, has built a funnel for the deer. The deer has tried to walk around it on its own volition and has gone to the opposite side. So everyone's been asking for the chicken funnel. Here we have Sitaux with an old-school deer funnel. Maybe it'll try to walk back at some point. Oh, Sitaux, I hope you noticed that. I hope you noticed that. Fletching on the way for Sitaux. The scouts run around the front. Some walls going up. And archers in the range. So 4-vil lead for Capoch. A bit more idle TC time for Sitaux. Oh, it's going back, it's going back. Notice he's garrisoning the TC. Ungarrison and take the deer? Oh, no. Maybe it'll walk back again at some point. Oh, he's trying learning new things. Gonna be the new Hera. Oh, he's taking with the Vils. He did see it at some point. Okay, he's done it. He's used the funnel. He's used the funnel. Not an ideal use of it, but a use of it nevertheless. All right, we're giving Sitaux a point for this. Give him a point. I don't know. You can't give him a scoreboard point. We'll give him a twist point for doing something interesting. Well, I have to keep a running score of like twist points for the players. Every time you do something hacky in the game, you'll get a point. He gets a smile. Perfect. Building as much of a wall as he can over here. Still he can go around the outside and just wall this off if he wants to. Yeah, Phosphoro has infinite points right now. Zoom out even more than this? How do we zoom out even more than this? I feel like this is too far zoomed out. Saldir watched it on like the 85-inch TC. I mean the TC TV. Oh gosh. Playing too much Age of Empires. So there Capoch is clicked up. It's too far. It's too far. It's always going to depend on the device width that people use. Please zoom in. Now chat fighting over the zoom level. That would be a cool option, though, maybe to have a stream where I could, like, cast at different zoom levels. Rita saying it's good. I'll stay around here. And, oh, doing a house by the deer. Vils coming over. Scouts could hit the woodline. Forging not in yet, though. Bloodline's not in. I feel like you do need forging really to jump Vils on woodlines. And just the spears come around too fast if you don't have it. Please don't zoom in or out. It's 0 to 0 KD. I mean, we've had a lot of scout fighting for 0 to 0 KD. And Sitaux, they're going to be about 10 seconds later up, but we see the huge eco difference for the Chinese, up by around 1,000 res collected. Zoom sideways, in like this. Yeah, Pacifist AoE, the perfect game for us to cast. Chat always asking me for more Pacifist runs. Maybe we'll have a Pacifist game. That's panning. How do I zoom sideways? So Bloodlines in armor on the way for Capoch. And ooh yeah, Capoch. Did he not have horse collar for a while? I mean Sitaux would not have it without horse collar for a while. That's tricky then. So Capoch already ran off the wood line. Archers will come in, start hoovering around. And I think we still do have the trickier base for Capoch to defend, but scouts going down, Sitaux not paying attention. He's up to the castle, he's maybe clicking Elite Skirm and Crossbow at the time. Did he cancel Crossbow? It's still Elite Skirm and Bodkin. Go for Bodkin first. And it will be a TC. Oh, if only he had Crossbow here, he could deny that TC. The University not going up in time for Capoch. And we're seeing how hard this map is for Capoch to defend as the archers will come forward. And Sitaux maybe going to regret not having Crossbow here. As he picks two Vils. Maybe just wasn't quite in time. Ville's garrison. I think that was a third Ville dead. Maybe? Is the Whoop? Nope, the Ville survived. Ville survived. And one scout still hoovering there. Archers need to make sure they don't run into the TC. Sitaux stopping them, putting them on stand ground. Maybe no, running slightly into the TC. At the same time, crossbows running in, but elite skirm at home to defend. And finally, we have some KD on the board. Crossbow's trying to pick some Villes for Capoch, getting as much as he can. Skirm's no ballistics yet, so the crossbow's being pretty effective there. Ballistics clicked for Sitaux. Crossbows won't be able to do too much damage. Might pick off those spears, but Sitaux can grab them with the skirms at the moment. He is still microing his archers at the front. No food for crossbow now. Being more focused on his eco, maybe. But still, he's hoovering around, causing some eco damage. Closing slightly the res collected difference. But still a 6 Ville lead for Capoch, as it's 4-6. Capoch actually had more Ville kills there. Feels like he had more Ville kills despite maybe having a smaller army and the better defensive unit, just based on the positioning. He went elite skirm first and still lost more Villes. And Capoch, he just threw up that town center right away. So Capoch on 3 TCs now, the third TC at the front. There's only 1 for Sitaux. And the Chinese economy just absolutely crazy. University will be deleted. Yeah, I mean, the Chinese have that change where the TC has more pop space now. Feels like maybe, I don't know how much that affects things at this level, but that actually feels like an insane buff. I miss the days when the players would do that fancy thing where they halfway build the first house and then build it later just to be as efficient as possible. Also, look at this East Asian architecture with the boundaries of the buildings overflowing and going on top of the farms. That villager, at least I guess she has some sun protection from that blacksmith, can farm in the shade over there. But anyway, army now coming forward for Sitaux. What, maybe this is the right zoom level? One of those two. Maybe one tick out like this. As I zoomed in and now I lost it. I think I was one tick in, like here. Sitaux needs siege. He needs siege, he needs eco, because all of a sudden he's down by 14 villagers. Wheelbarrow on the way in. And he has the score lead, and he has a 30-17 KD. He's cleaned more military, but he's going to need to use that military to his advantage now. Wood line being taken from Capoch on the side. Some crossbows will come in. With ballistics, maybe pick a couple of Villes out on the outside. And we'll be successful there. The Villes were uphill, so Hill giving a bit of cover for Capoch on those Villes as they ran. Only 2 went down. And now Villes for Sitaux, or crossbows for Sitaux running into the TC. I know what that feels like. And to the south, this army still hoovering around in the back for Sitaux. Still taking out some farming space. Armor and bowsaw on the way. Tiger going to chase some crossbows. Yeah, with Sitaux, does Sitaux have or does Capoch have a workshop? He does have a workshop. And he has a rocket cart, getting a nice rocket cart shot on some of Sitau's army. And a rocket cart will be trying to chase this away. A few skirms forward, though, to still deal with the crossbows. And more crossbows for Capoch. Here I kind of feel like if Capoch just had skirm, he could defend this much more easily. And maybe elite skirm would have been the play rather than crossbow, even though he wanted the crossbows early on for aggression. But right now he's down in numbers, and he's never really going to be able to take a fight with his crossbows. And he's going to have to rely on the rocket carts. Nice micro from Sitaux. Both these players with ballistics. Both these players dodging ballistics. Capoch doing some dance moves there. 41 on gold, and he'll need to use that market. The University Workshop Market Complex there. Love those pawns. Someday someone's going to find a way to fish trap in the University pawns for this architecture. And thank you... how do I say this? Fedritiaz for the follow. Fedritiaz. When I see the names, I gotta practice them a few times. So finally, the army for Sitaux getting cleaned had to dodge the rocket cart and let Capoch use the crossbows more effectively. Still, Sitaux controlling the edge of that wood line. It has to be a gold and a market economy for Capoch. And Capoch now, as we looked at his map early on, doesn't have the same number of golds that are safe as Sitaux does. So Sitaux, staying on 1 TC, has denied enough eco from Capoch only to be down by 8 Villes, and still within 1k res collected. You're not too upset if you're fighting the Chinese and you're this close in resources. So scale barding armor on the way for Sitaux. Remember, the Chinese no longer have camels, so maybe a bit weaker on this map. And yeah, Fire Lancers are OP from what we've seen. We've learned they counter Huskarls. But harder to fight the open maps without camels, I think. And plenty of Vil kills, 14 to 6 KD. And Mangonel pressure coming in on the TC now. And still no elite skirm for Capoch. Sitaux still raiding with his crossbows. Hey, look at that idle TC difference. And, ooh, Vils in the middle of the TC. Crossbows inside the TC, so the Vils can't garrison. No, Capoch, don't try to garrison the Vils. They're all running to the middle. No. Oh, the massacre. There's a TC blocking farm place. You don't even want to fertilize that part of the ground. And all of a sudden, it's only a 5 Vil difference. And oh, don't run the crossbows under the TC. And let that be a lesson to you. Careful garrisoning your crossbows. One Mangonel goes down. Rocket cart on the way over. And from 14 to 28, 29 KD, the rocket cart taking out the Mangonel. Remember, chat, easier to micro the rocket carts because they look cooler, so you pay more attention to them than Mangonels. So Mangonel with the hill. Oh, gets one Vil goes down. Rocket cart being sniped off. Mangonel takes it out, but in a trade. Knight forward for Sitaux, but he will need another upgrade. Armor upgrade. And now he's adding in more TCs. And only a 500 res collected advantage for Capoch. Equal villagers now, and the idle TC time is coming to be great for Sitaux because of all the pressure he's applied. And, well, Capoch wanted the TC to defend this gold, but he has not been able to take it. He's taken all the gold in the back, and just huge map advantage with how Sitaux has been able to wall, take these golds at home. I still think Sitaux does have the opportunity to wall from here to the edge of the map, and then be extra safe. He's even overchopped the little funnel he's made. But so far, so good for him. And with all those golds in the back, I think that wall would be extra strong. But if he maintains the pressure, I guess unnecessary even 2 wall, Bloodline's on the way, will need armor, and then maybe some forward stables once he gets more eco in. Or even back stables, wherever he wants stables. He'll just be able to raid with knights, this TC under more Mangonel pressure. More rocket cart defense from Capoch, but basically relying on rocket carts now. Feels better versus archers, but worse versus Mangonels? I have no idea. I have no idea. I'll need to see more to evaluate that. Knight running in. Split. Crossbow's trying to get some shots in. Mangonel hitting the TC. Crossbow going down to the Mangonel fire. Repairs coming in for the villager. Sneck calling the GG. Calling it for Capoch, who's now down in Vils. And now down in res collected, too. And nice shot. Ooh, one-shotting the rocket cart. Gonna go down. We'll at least get a couple of Vils. Crossbow's looking to take out the repair Vil and then the rocket cart. And Capoch hanging on despite the score difference. But I think things are looking pretty over for him. He has no gold control. There's the GG, and Sitaux takes a 1-0 lead. Nicely played from Sitaux. And great job taking advantage of how bad the map was for Capoch. Capoch did those early TCs, and that thwarted the early crossbow pressure, but let Sitaux come to an advantage afterwards. He's able to use his economy for those Mangonels, the ballistics. Stayed 1 TC for a long time, forced a ton of idle time from Capoch, and led to a nice victory for Sitaux against the Chinese. Their TC was too ambitious. Ambitious, but also kind of necessary. In some sense, I feel like what Capoch needed was just army to defend the initial crossbows down here, instead of defending with the TC. And then you go for this TC, and you play with 1 TC on the wood and the gold, and then you go 2 TCs for Elite Skirm against the early crossbows. And maybe that's the play. Because remember, Sitaux didn't even invest into crossbows, but still was able to cause a ton of damage with those archers from being forward. So I was thinking maybe crossbow he kills a couple more vills, but the TC went up fast enough he was able to defend. Maybe the answer would have been just 1 TC up here, play in this area. But yeah, Sitaux played that very well. Double gold comp works great for the Portuguese, even against the Chinese, right? The 2 civs that go for double gold comp. Chinese with their tech discount so they can upgrade both lines, and then just do gold discount for the Portuguese so they can play the composition more easily. Right, but I think that also really came down to the map. Sitaux was able to be so defensive, even when those early crossbows came in and got the initial Vil kills. There was no follow-up to that from Capoch. Sitaux was just hoovering everywhere in the eco. Kept the eco idle, didn't let him get a lead. As you say, so that's 1-0 for Sitaux. And of course, if you want to watch without the ads, you can watch on YouTube. I'm just going to play an ad to stop the pre-rolls on Twitch. Maps. There's a win for Sitaux on Land Madness. And for the civs, it's a win for the very last pick Portuguese against the first picked Chinese. Duck's clicking that sub button. Oh yeah, you can use your Prime sub if you want to avoid the ads. I'll need to get the YouTube viewers added to the overlay somehow. I'll need to find a way to pull that from the API. Yeah, first pick versus last pick and losing. Sometimes you think going 1 TC means you have to kill fast, but you can make your opponent bleed to death. And that's a good example of that from that game. The dashboard's still offline, so we'll find the game 2 code and try to spectate that. Persians Huns on 4 lakes. Open capture age. How am I getting into the games? Doesn't work for you? They're posting the codes in the Discord, Orlu. Do you have the code here? I'll post the code in the chat for you. But they're in the Medieval Masters Discord. They're posting all the codes because the dashboard's down. There was the Discord linked on the Wikipedia. On the right side on Wikipedia, on the sidebar, there's a Discord icon. You're posting the code in DE and in Chrome. Oh, that's just what I did. If you change the 0 to a 1 in the code, maybe that actually works better for you. You didn't get the game or error message. Yeah, interesting. That's just what I did. I posted that into my browser and it worked. I don't know what else to tell you. You could try searching for them in the in-game search box. I don't know if that works at all though. You did that? Oh no. Oh hey, it worked! Orlu, yes, technology. Teamwork, yes. So, 4 lakes. This is DE's standard 4 lakes script. I know that when we last did TTL, I edited the TC positions. Essentially, I hard-coded a bunch of TCs and positions and randomly chose among them in the map script. So, probably a lot more randomness here. And you can see maybe Sitaux. I guess each player has their own pawn, so it's not that different. Be slightly farther away, I'd say. Yeah, a bit closer for Capoch, but not too big of a difference there. AOC matchup, Huns and Persians. On a hybrid map, so we might have even seen this matchup in AOC. Persians didn't have their Dark Age eco bonus though, so weren't quite the civ they were on the hybrid maps back then. And we'll have Capoch going for the dock. you saw on that Kawasan game earlier just how good Persians can be. Now, I'll get feedback. How's this zoom level? I guess the answer is, do I go one tick in, or do I go here? Maybe I'll stay here. And the scout will be running around. Both, says Captain Cadaver. I'll stay out like this, I think. Until we see some birds doing something weird, then I'll zoom in on the birds. As that hawk flies by. What was that 8 eco unit lead already with 2 fishing ships and an extra Vil for the Persians? Over the Huns, nevertheless. That is insane. Persian is just OP to the start in these hybrid maps. And usually the downside of the Persians on a water map is late game they don't have Bracer. But when you're going for the small docks or the small fire ships in these ponds, oh, it's amazing. And also to point out, this version of 4 Lakes, the standard version, has far more fish. Oh, and Full Metal Zim, thank you for gifting a sub to Captain Cadaver. We're actually super close to 400 sub points. We're at 371. It'd be amazing to hit that for this month. And Loom on the way for Sitaux. And we did hit enough subs to maintain the same, at least the tier level of Partner Plus. So at least we will keep the 60-40 split. Still a long ways away from 70-30 on Twitch, but we're working there. Scout will hit the Palisades as the Vil will continue fishing, and Loom will be on the way for Capoch. Vils will head over towards the wood line. Can I zoom in on the fish again? Oh, you want me to zoom in on the fish? You want to look at the leaping fish? Let's look at these fish and see how high they jump. And see how they're jumping over the fishing ships. Look at how high they are. Ooh, that guy, that fish. Look at how high that is. I miss the days when I could dunk. These fish bring me back to my youth. That's one of the sad things, right? When I'm 32 now, and if you look at the hero stats in Asian mythology, Amonra's 32 with her jump attack, and I'm just like, man, I wish I could still jump like that in my 30s. I could dunk, yep, just barely though. Back when I was a distance runner, and back when my mile time was below 5 minutes. I was just barely able to dunk if I you know, after a couple attempts, if I line my steps up properly, I could do it. I could grab the rim pretty easily. And now Vil walling up as the scout hoovers around. I think one tick in on the zoom will be good. Yeah, right here. That's why they say leap like a salmon. I've never heard that expression before. I'll have to use that if I co-cast with T90 again. Leap like a salmon. Still grab the rim, but haven't dunked till you're since your early 20s. Yeah, and I'm not that tall. I'm only 6 foot. And okay, Drush from Sitaux, or 2 Militia. He's going for that French rush that he popularized. He will get in and force some small walls up for Capoch. Capoch will have 1 Vil on the outside, but she'll get back to the TC, no problem. Spirit from Capoch to defend against the Scout. Tried the quick gate, but the Drush still got in. He'll be adding the stable, and at the same time, we'll have the forward dock from Sitaux. Capoch did not wall up his lake, and he also has spotted the dock if he's paying attention. So Fire Galley on the way, but Sitaux will have the production advantage as the Persians, using the relic as part of the wall even. Oh, and thank you, how do I say your name on YouTube? Ilter Unal for becoming an elite cataphract on the membership. No, I have no idea what the price of elite cataphract is, but on YouTube you can set up different subscription pricing tiers, and I have some that are like $1 and some that are $5. So thank you very much. On YouTube I get the 70-30 split right away. So nice to have some support on YouTube too. That's lovely. Oh, and the spear gets a poke. Now, this is actually kind of tricky for Capoch because he's completely on wood and gold and relying on fish. So he actually doesn't have anything under the TC. Now just a few Vils going over there. But this is a spot where I don't even know if it's worth it, but maybe you could even use the Drush to hit the sheep. And thank you, 0987654321 Kane for the follow on Twitch. That's one of those passwords, right? Like you just run your finger across the keyboard from right to left to type your password in. I hope I didn't just give away your Twitch password. Someone might try to log in as you. How many spearmen does it take to kill a war elephant? I don't know. I've never checked. A Vil will come, or a spear will come over, poke the scout. A couple of militia are going to hit the spear. The spear will run away. And TC gets a shot on the spear. This is the setup of a joke whose punchline you don't know. Yeah, War Elephant walks into a bar, only to find out the bar is just a setup for a Spirit of the Law video of spears versus elephants. So, spear goes down, his militia take it out. And, well, defense on the pond for Capoch. Capoch also has docked the pond to the north. And actually has taken the eco unit lead, having extra fishing ships. And we'll be fishing peacefully up here, no one fishing in the south. He has a couple of scouts inside, but they're ready to hoover around, and Archer is playing defense by the mill. Vil picked off on the fire galley as the archers continue hoovering on around and fletching on the way for Capoch. And demo in the dock. We'll have another house going up for Sitaux. And dock in the south for Sitaux. Dock also for Capoch, both docking there. Sitaux going to set a bad record by losing with Persians on a hybrid map. I mean, it's versus Huns. Huns are still a really good map, civ for this match. Ooh, for this map. Look at that demo, but lots of low HP fires now could be repaired. And keeping the Vil count even, fletching on the way. And still archers in the back, annoying Capoch on that wood line. Fuscarum's gonna come over, pick a spear. And militia instantly goes down. Archers for Sitaux, microing in the back, going to try to take the hill and fight the skirms from the hill. Skirms, no armor, so archers with fletching on a hill still can do quite a bit of damage to them, but the archers will inevitably go down. Wait, did that tree just select itself after the archer died? What just happened there? Can someone clip that for me so I can remember to look at that? That was weird. So, Doc, doesn't quite defend the fire like Capoch wanted there. So Sitaux might have an advantage in the north now, having the dock out. And whoever clicks up to castle first will get fire ships first. Sitaux not that far away. Capoch just clicking. The Archer's Spirit went into the tree. Lots of sheep left for Sitaux. Hasn't had to invest into farms. Can we say the same thing for Capoch? We can. So no farms for either player. All fish. And now we have a forward dock for Capoch on the safe pond for Sitaux. Sitaux has scouted that if he's paying attention. Fish are really far away from this dock though, so if there's a pond where Sitaux is going to lose fishing ships, maybe this one's it. Although I suppose he might want fish traps here. This is a wide open area to the top, so no way to wall and stop that. And Fire Galley will chase that fishing ship all the way to the corner, so Sitaux clicks up about 10 seconds behind Capoch, so they'll probably both get War Galley. And Capoch has basically defended his pond to the west, but Sitaux now in the north and in the south. No one actually fishing in the south, both just docks and posturing there. Is this Vil walled? He's not, right? There's a tree, and there's palisades, and there's nothing here. Oh, hello, Fire. I was zoomed in, you came out of nowhere. No, he's not walled. That answers the question for me. Thank you, Fire and Vil, for cooperating. And Sitaux with that Vil will just run away. add in a house. So Vil taking out some of the fish over here. Fire pops out. And the fishing ships will take some fire damage over here. And stow up to castle. There's the dock. Fire galley will come out. And we'll have Bodkin and Elite Skirm on the way for Sitaux. War galley for Capoch. So Sitaux taking a more land army aggressive approach. Capoch going for the water army. And now Capoch has to be careful. That gold will be ranged by archers. No crossbows, but again, Bodkin comes in, affects both the Skirm and the archers. Double range and Elite Skirm for Capoch to defend, and he can move out to his other gold. Still a dock presence here, but that will be cleaned up by those fires. And, well, 2 ponds now controlled by Capoch as he comes out aggressively with the fire ship on the back pond. And with fires in the north. However, the northern and southern ponds won't have any fishing ships on them. And we could have the, not just the triple pond domination, but the quad pond domination. The QPD. The Cupid. From Capoch. So skirms and archers coming forward on these walls. Exactly 3 shots, 1 spearman in the time the spearman gets 2 attacks off. Oh gosh, you're still investigating the spear versus elephants. Well, I mean, Sitaux could do some elephants. He is the Persians, maybe. That would be lovely if we saw that. So Bodkin now for Capoch, he's still defending, and he's up by 10 eco units. He still has 11 fishing ships of his own at home. And he is looking to be in a good spot now. He's maybe gotten past the very early eco lead of the Persians, Sitaux with 2 TCs, and he's not quite able to do the damage he wanted with the skirms, and yes, he can do the forward workshop. You're doing a house. Sitaux, you're not housed at all. Why are you doing a forward house with that Vil instead of finishing the workshop? There he goes. Oh, what? That was weird. Well, once the workshop can get maybe a mangonel, some scorpions. But the stable already there, so for some knights to deal with the siege. Sitaux doesn't have crossbows, knights will be able to pick that off easily. The 2 houses for Sitaux. Forward, he'll lose them. That forward Vil's still there. But Capoch is in a great score lead. Res collected lead now. He's dominating all 4 ponds. And he even has the skirmisher lead on the land. He just needs to protect one of these golds and keep his Vils working. Defensive workshop. He doesn't really have a great TC location, although maybe the front of this gold could be a spot. He will need to secure more wood. Even a TC back here could be another spot. Skirm's coming around. Capoch will notice that. Neither player with ballistics yet, but that's enough elite skirms he should be able to defend. Archers will pick off 1 Vil. Oh, he's just trying to take a nice fishing spot there, but no mercy to the fishermen. As now the mangonel and skirms will zone this army away. And, ooh, shot just misses. Skirms look to pick off the villager, as she'll run away and go down. Skirms coming in, picking off the skirms and archers. And nice chasing from Capoch. We'll try to take this army down, try to surround it. Every time Sitaux turns to shoot, he'll lose some HP. And then Capoch just going to peel his skirms back, make sure nothing gets over here. Also, free relic basically for Capoch now on that shoreline. Actually, great relic advantage for Capoch, right? 1 here, 1 here. That's basically 2 relics for him. And then the other 3 kind of in the middle being more competitive between the players. So still no water presence at all for Sitaux, and yeah, there'll be a 3rd TC in front of the gold. So the 2 spots I said on that wood line and on the front of the gold. Also, straggler tree adjacent to the stone. This is one of those weird things. I try to prevent that in map scripts. I don't like my stragglers being adjacent to resources. Maybe that might just be a me thing though. Sitaux seems highly cooked. Does feel like we're going to a game 3. That is competitive and important for the set. It is play all 3 regardless, so we will have a game 3 no matter the outcome. And you know, it's early enough, maybe I'll cast the third set. 2. I was only planning on doing the first 2. Like I said, I have my air conditioning inspection for the new furnace tonight. And I don't want to be casting while the inspector's here. But that's between 5 and 7, and it's 1:15 right now, so I think we'll be able to fit another set in. So there is a stable for Sitaux. And ooh, actually that's a lot of mangonels for Sitaux. Capoch probably needs maybe some knights, but armor and a couple of knights could even clean this. Mangonel defense is gonna be tricky when you're down this much. Sometimes I get nervous though when you have this many mangonels that they might get one shot. Sitaux paying attention though, he's gonna run back. Has a Repairville too, and Sitaux will be the one doing the scale barding armor for the Cav. As the mangonel clears 1 and repairs come in. Gets a nice shot on the crossbows, skirms come over 2, ballistics now in for both players. Skirms try to pick the Repairville, much easier to do so with ballistics now. She's on only 7 HP. As the mill goes down. Defensive mangonel now. Mangonel numbers looking better for Capoch, who just doesn't lose. Gets a hit on the mangonel, but that will be uphill, so can repair. That Repairville being very valuable for our French player, but 20 eco lead for Capoch. And victory feels all but inevitable at this point, as Mangonel's not able to apply enough pressure. And still not even a single farm for Capoch. There we go, just adding in farms now. 5. Oh, horse collar Capoch. 30 minutes into the game. You can do a horse collar before seeding your farms. Although, to be fair, maybe he ends the game so fast he doesn't need to reseed the farms. We've seen Sitaux needing to add so many farms in. And now, where are these vills even going? He's going to need another TC on the gold. As he has no fishing ships left. And even Capoch fishing in that pond. No fires down here, but Capoch still able, even with that one fire from Sitaux. Or no fish down here but for Sitaux, but even with that one fire, Capoch able to fish. Good old QPD. Exactly. It's hard to lose 4 lakes when you control all 4 of the lakes. Mangonel going for the crossbows, doesn't quite connect. Good, Mangonel hitting the barracks, and Mangonel goes down. And there's bloodlines and crossbowmen. Bloodlines for no cav units. But I mean, 1 armor and 3 knights, and then the Mangonels die. Oh, okay, horse collar just came in for Sitaux. But I mean, he's been farming for a while, right? He had to add in the farms really early. Trying to go knights now, but that's a lot of wood he spent on farms when he's already down. 4k res collected. Mangonel's going for the barracks. Almost Capoch. Let's see that gaming face. Hello, Fergus. On YouTube. Oh, don't Mangonel your own crossbows, Sitaux. Okay, a couple of shots there. Not the full Argeden, but a couple of crossbows taking hits. I don't know if people still remember that. That was Dave's YouTube video. Argeden's crossbows. It was a player playing on an arena tournament. Went crossbows, went for a Mangonel push, opened a hole in the wall, didn't stop Mangoneling the hole, and Mangonelled all of his crossbows. What's the win condition for Sitaux at this point? Capoch's internet drops, I think. Knight's killing some skirms. I'm gonna push this army back a bit. I mean, to be fair, Sitaux does have 100 vills. Maybe there's a world where he somehow holds on and gets Mangonel shots and clears all of Capoch's army. And could then just go heavy camel against the Huns, maybe? Use like heavy camel hand cannon. That's a forward castle on the hill. Maybe a mangonel comes out, snipes all the vills. I mean, it is DE. You never know. Maybe Nilly will just pathfind all of Capoch's army into a castle from Sitaux if he builds one. Here's the next armor, though, and Capoch looking to raid. Sitaux not walled up with how open the map is, and knights will get in everywhere cav archers come over. Knights on the vills. He's playing for the 1 in a million situation, or do things look better from his point of view? I don't think things look good from his point of view at all. I mean, he's still holding on. I mean, what Sitaux says is he has 111 vills, and he's not going to resign with 111 vills if he's not under a ton of pressure. 36 military to 26, and Capoch still hasn't really taken a great fight. Can't find the letter G on his keyboard. Is that in a different location on a French keyboard than it is on an American keyboard? Will I have to be, if I go and visit Sitaux, will I have to be creative in where I find the G? So knights coming forward, cav coming forward, and castle up. Oh, look at the Hun castle now. We can zoom in a bit on this. What do you think of this castle? How well does it look like a castle? The berries behind it are kind of obscuring it. I guess it kind of makes sense for the Huns. Kind of a wooden castle, not the most secure type of castle. You can see Tarkins running out from that door. You have QSDFG instead of ASDFG. Oh, so you swap the... Oh, you have the AWRT keyboard. Yeah, right, you swap the Q and the A. At least they're right next to each other. It's not like a German keyboard that swaps the Y and the Z. Or it's Z. So Imp on the way for both, and Sitaux actually going to be the first player up to Imp with that faster working Persian TC. And he has 124 vills. Maybe Capoch over booming with 160 vills? Maybe that's Sitau's win condition? Capoch over booms. Capoch maybe goes for a Doubt Castle. And the outpost has 225 HP, needs to go down. Bottom has... Oh, Azerty. You have W instead of Z. Okay, so you also swap the W and the Z. That's right, it's Azerty, not AWRT, Azerty. Okay, down goes the outpost. Up goes the castle foundation. And Sitaux doesn't have stone for a counter castle. He can just... Sitaux, you can't Vil fight this. That castle's going up on his face. He can't stop it. He maybe kill cav archers with the army, but he won't stop the castle. Knights will start hoovering around and raiding. And once Sitaux gets up, or once Capoch gets up, can probably just go knight line upgrades and raid it with how open Sitaux is. Capoch floating a ton of res. Maybe Hunnic Paladin is the play. Maybe Tarkin for raiding could be the play. On my keyboard, it's the top row is QWERTY, then ASDFGH, at least for these American keyboards. So both players up to Imp, and now will the Treb start popping? The extra HP on the TC, same HP as the castle, so that's nice. There we go, Cavalier, Chemistry, Iron Casting. Interesting he's going Iron Casting rather than the armor. What is our armor for hoovering under TCs? And then Stables going up for Sitaux, so he will be going Cavalier too, so Cavalier into Savar. What wins Paladin versus Savar? Does Savar win that fight? Huns just have generic Paladins, but faster working Stables. was partly thinking Sitaux would go camels. And raid from the Cavalier in the south. So there's the armor from Capoch. And almost at the ability where he can click Paladin. Cavalier's getting some nice raids on the Vills as the Vills try to run under the TC. And there is Paladin. Paladin clicked for Capoch. Low HP Vill still farming. Armor just about in. Savara wins 1v1 unless there's a bonus in play for the Paladins like Frank's HP. Okay. Or maybe Teuton's armor. And there's the GG, as Paladin doesn't even finish, but Sitaux will call it, as he's now dropping in population, as Cav archers are hoovering around the back of his base. And he's not walled, can't stop any of the raids. And that ties at 1-1, and we'll head to a game number 3. And it'll be game 3 that matters for the set. So 156 to 116 KD in favor of Capoch. He had the quad pond domination. 57k to 41k res collected. That is a big lead in eco. And yeah, nothing Sitaux can do at that point. He did not get down to business to defeat the Huns, but to be fair, he wasn't the Chinese. So impressive display from Sitaux in game number 1, but falls behind in game 2. TwitchCon tickets on sale now in San Diego. Anyone else going to TwitchCon? I've been thinking of going this year. Be more inclined to go if I didn't have to play these ads. I wish there were like a YouTube con. That'd be fun. More overlays to update maps. It's a win for Capoch on 4 lakes. Now we're gonna have Crater. And are we gonna see Jerchins on Crater for Sitaux? I hope we are. And I guess it's Romans for Capoch. I don't really see Malay being used there. I'll just look in the Discord for the code for the next game. We have game 3 code. And he is Jerchins Romans. Let's go. Very close because of our attack faster, so it doesn't need to be a big bonus. Okay, I only see top chat versus live chat on YouTube. Spam may not be visible. YouTube, you don't need to give me a learn more message. Every time I look at the chat, I know what a chat is. Ah, YouTube. Silly things that YouTube does. Does that mean grenades? I think it does mean grenades. Alright, and here we go, loading in. And boom. Seems you need 9 spearmen to defeat 1 war elephant. That's what we have chat to do, chat to experiment these things for us. So the map is Crater, and this has been in the 1v1 map pool on DE before. It is, I think, just a DE map. And, well, I think the name kind of describes what it looks like. There's a big valley in the middle, and then trees on the outside. There are 5 relics right in the middle, so you can take the relics and maybe get an easy relic situation. Jurchens versus Romans. Jurchens have grenadiers that are basically hard counter infantry in the Castle Age. What else does the Civ do? I really don't know. I've only seen them go grenadiers. We can look at their tech tree now. Nice Capture Age edition. Meat of hunted and livestock animals doesn't decay. So how is that useful? Because if you hunt your ibexes on this hill, it doesn't decay. You have 7 ibexes on the hill. It's supposed to be 7 or 8. It looks like there's 8 there. Is one pushed in? Yeah, one was pushed in already. So you get a bit more food from these things. That's lovely for you. And then you also have boar. Is it a 1 boar map? 1 boar there. 1 boar there. Yeah, it's a 1 boar map. And then you also have all of these ibexes. So nice eco bonus for the Jurchens in the Dark Age, I guess. A bit more food they collect. You calculate with Elite War Elephant HP. we'll need all the different... make sure to do every single spearman bonus potential, like Japanese, Bohemian, Burmese in every single age. Lots of different things you got to do in these videos if you're checking out stats like that. So lumber camp going up on top of the hill for Sitaux. They're here for the faster attack speed on Cav. Let's see what they also have. Mounted units and fire lancers attack 20% faster starting in feudal. And it looks like they do have all upgrades to the Hussar line. They do have bloodlines, so fully upgraded scouts and also steppies. That could be dangerous for them. Siege engineers available in the Castle Age. That's +1 range and extra damage to buildings. And siege and fortification upgrades cost -75% wood and research 100% faster. Does that apply to siege engineers? I would hope that the upgrade with siege in the name applies to siege engineers, and fortification upgrades sounds like maybe architecture? 50, that is discounted. Oh yeah, 150 wood. It is discounted for them. Okay, units receive -50% friendly fire damage because of all the explosions they have. And of course they have at the range, I don't think Capture Age shows this, does it? Maybe down here. They have the Grenadier. It is a unique unit with a ranged blast attack, but cannot attack at close range. Strong versus infantry and tight groups, so units weak versus ranged soldiers and units at close range. And then you can always upgrade it to do upgrade stuff. Also, a unique tech, Thunderclap bombs. Projectile, or they detonate when defeated. It's basically like Martyrdom from COD 4. They drop a grenade when defeated. Grenadiers detonate when defeated. Projectiles produce additional explosions, so it's like cluster bombs too. And gunpowder units extra line of sight. So what is Sitaux going to do with them? I imagine it's for steppies, but against Romans, maybe if they go infantry, it goes Grenadiers. Too expensive and squishy for this map. Maybe a counter to longswords? Imagine on a map like this, longsword rushing the TC. So looking at the res collected, advantage for Sitaux. I guess the longer lasting hunt is advantageous for him. No decay on the boar or on any of those ibexes. And still more ibexes to take. Didn't even bother to mill them, he just milled the berries. So still pushing with the scout. Loom on the way for Capoch, Sitaux will be up faster. Did he loom? Yes, he did loom. Ibex on the way in, sniped off by the Vils. Wood game for sure. Muted? Oh, am I muted? I'm not muted. No, I'm not. You scared me for a second, 11. Scared me for a second. Thought Reaper had died again. Yeah, Ducks confirming. So more Ibex is being pushed in. So 1 Vil uptime faster for Sitaux. Adding in the barracks and not going to any gold. We'll see if he goes for scouts. Now the one thing about this map is that all of your resources are forward from the TC. I guess avoiding the rock terrain. Aside from the berries. Maybe it's similar maps. I don't know if it's always like that. But back berries, forward golds and stones. So you do have to be very aggressive to control everything. And no men-at-arms plays, though. I guess the hard thing is you don't have anything to hit with the men-at-arms early on because the lumber camps are so far away. And so easy to wall. So stable towards the back for Sitaux. Interesting it's so far back and not more forward. And what are we going to have from Capoch? Spear out immediately. We'll have double bit axe on the way. And ooh, failed Ibex push. Sitaux will scout the TC location.
Salve.
Spear comes for the pokes. For occasion, you can get a mineral in the back. Okay, maybe you need to upgrade min distance to map edge on these things then. Just so that doesn't happen on a rare occasion. So skirms from the range. And scout from Sitaux still forward and running around, looking to maybe disrupt the Ibex push. Ooh, takes a volley of TC arrows though as the Ibex comes in. The spears come around for pokes. Maybe hit the Vills near the mill. Nope, Vills turn to retaliate, turn back and forth, can't decide where to go. Scouts will come around. And maybe hit the scout there from Capoch. Another house going up for Capoch. And horse collar on the way for Sitaux. Scouts moving around. No opening on the wood line though. And we'll just be range. So skirm play, skirm spear for Capoch. We'll go forward on skirm spear. Maybe force the defensive skirms out from Sitaux, but it'll be skirm scout versus skirm spear. And a lot more mobility and raiding potential from the scouts as the spears just stand guard. And Capoch deleted a hole on the wood line. As a spear up there, as scouts won't be able to run in, but they will try to pick the spear. Alright, they can pick one spear off. No, none of that extra armor yet for the Romans. Skirm's back, defending between the berries and the TC. And Skirm Spear Army on the right for Capoch. Going to come over, and it's a long way to the lumber camp, and it is kind of walled. Not respecting the stick, not respecting the poke. Blacksmith forward for Capoch. Galen's taking the sheep, and we'll move forward. Going to find the tree. And we'll be on top of the hill, hovering near the berries, clutching on the way in for Capoch.
Impera.
Capoch eco is super imbalanced. 22 on wood. 4 on farms. He's just adding in a bunch of farms right now. But yeah, definitely falling behind on food eco. Only 1 to 0 kills so far. So lots of army, but that one spear that was picked off is the only death. And annoying hoovering by the lumber camp, but some counter skirms. Ooh, the scout goes down. But Sitaux has more scouts than that. And he's just gating off his lumber camp. And will continue chopping in peace. So what happens here? Does this just go into steppies, and then with faster attacking steppies, does Sitaux try to win? Step lancers should be good even against spears, you know, potentially even pikes. I wonder if though if armored pikes could then be the answer for the Romans, but then you go heavy into pikes and you get grenadiers. Users are broken, Capoch is cooked. I've heard that the Jurchens are awful though. That's what I've heard about their win rate. The only thing I've seen though is grenadiers being brokenly strong. Ooh, okay, finally we'll have some kills here. And this will be a great fight for Sitaux. The spears were not there, and okay, they didn't jump that much.
Salve.
Scouts didn't get that much damage in. And still no extra armor on the spears, and this honestly would be a tempting time to do the armor. Or I Capoch just to take a better fight against the scouts. Scouts no upgrades for Sitaux. And I do wonder if forging in bloodlines, and you fight this and you clear everything, I think. Oh, and we have a game pause. The game pause, let me just check that nothing crashed. We need a sec from Sitaux. It's a second. The Ketons are the ones that are broken. Yeah, that's the pasture one. Ketons are the only pasture save, right? So the only pasture save also has the bonus for the pastures. So it may be hard to tell how balanced they are or not.
Yes.
Right, sorry, go, and there's a yes. Let's go. And there's the armor. That's what I was looking for Capoch. The armor on the spears. You'll get double armor
Salve.
as the Romans. So it'll be +2/+2 armor on the spears. So that'll help counter the +1 attack from the scouts. And the spears will be very tanky. And if army's gonna run past each other. Let's make sure it's still caught up to real time. Yep. Forging on the way as the scouts come in. Ooh, that's a low HP farm. Had to be deleted from Capoch. Get the wood back before it's sniped off. Defensive tower going up among all the farms. Scouts hitting the farm. And is there a hole? There's no hole. Skirm's coming over to the wood line, so both armies bypassing each other. Still no villagers killed so far this game. Capoch with the score lead, but vill number is similar. The Roman eco gives him a slight eco boost there. Defensive tower on the wood line here. Had to be a military unit? I'd be the Cataphract. Those guys are amazing.
Tibi Sergio.
Those are always my favorite unit. Okay, 8 or 9 spears to fight a war elephant we're getting as the number. Okay. Eco boost like the Ford engine. Yeah, style points alone for the Cataphract. I'll need to do a Cataphract cosplay someday, but I guess that would require a horse.
Impera.
So scouts with the hill advantage going to fight the spears. They have bloodlines, they have their attack upgrade, all the upgrades they want. Armor could still be nice, but not as important against the spears. Doesn't help against the bonus attack. And where is the tower? The tower is among the farmers for Capoch, so not maybe in as good a location as it is for Sitaux. However, Sitaux has to be forced off of the wood line with all of those skirms and spears. And neither player anywhere close to going up to the next stage. I mean, with all the skirms and spears, I gotta start thinking maybe Byzantines would be a good save for this map. That's a lot of skirms. Still the scouts play faster attacking for Sitaux. Oh, look at that animation. The animations must even play faster now. I can ride the horse like in Monty Python. I don't think that's gonna work for a cosplay, but that would be a good idea. Byzantlith and Inca top tier. Oh, a nice gate, but that's just gonna gate the scouts in by the spears. I mean, could Romans end up going men-at-arms on this map? Too? Maybe could Jurchens go men-at-arms? Could Wu for Jian Swordsman be a good pick? Well, scouts coming back for Sitaux. He is ahead in KD. The spears will fight the scouts there. That armor extra nice for the spears. And they're gonna try to take a fight. Spears getting picked off. I think they just need to fight for Capoch. He's trying to run them from the skirms, but Sitaux with the scouts getting the mobility. More spears coming forward. This is so many skirms from Capoch. He can start fighting bloodline scouts with skirms. Got 20 plus of them, and are there more ranges going up? There's a market going up. He's taking the forward gold, and Capoch is thinking of clicking his way up. Sitaux already using the market, but he's using the market for more feudal units. He has one of every feudal building. He's going to tower his forward stone, but Capoch is up to the castle age. Spear's still forward, poking down the scouts. And if Capoch gets castle and clicks elite skirm, he's going to massacre these feudal army with elite skirm and bodkin. Sitaux, though, all the spears are down, and maybe he can take a good fight with the scouts against the skirms while Capoch is clicking up. One spear on the way. Sitaux doing everything he can to fight. He's really afraid of that one spear. Going to focus that down as much as he can right there. Enough skirms that they're still fighting the scouts okay. More spears on the way. No skirms to pick them off. And Sitaux not going to kill as many skirms as he'd want to. Still 15 left. And Sitaux is stuck in feudal, trying to do more scouts. Trying to pick off more spears. He has a score lead due to the Castle Age click. Forging on the way for Capoch. I feel like Capoch just can go up, and then adding in another stable, he'll try to go maybe some knights too. Thank you, Geronimo, for the follow on Twitch. Maybe the car. One of those bears that technically count as a unit. Bears that count as a unit? Am I lacking some knowledge of random units? Capoch playing this like the Eastern Romans, not the Western Romans. You're saying he's playing this like the Byzantines with all the skirms and spears. From the new T90 video, what? Okay, I have to go watch the T90 video then. Alright, there's Castle Age. Sitaux clicks up himself, but now Capoch with a good advantage doing armor first. Surprised he's not doing Bodkin Elite Skirm. Bodkin Elite Skirm, I think, would just sit under that tower and kill all right here. Some more towers for Sitaux, going for the tower defense. And what is Sitaux going to do when he's up? Steppies, I guess. Probably steppies. Oh, there's a Baramichi. Oh, I saw that on the... There's Baramichi for John Slow's tournament, right? Heaven and Heck. So Castle Age on the way. Knights going down. Polar bear. That was one of those memes they did as an event, right? The polar bear knights. What is this tournament about? It's a 1v1 tournament hosted by Mario. And just kind of a 1v1 tournament on very standard maps. So Sitaux immediately does a TC on his gold. He is up. Capoch with a score lead though. KD advantage still for Sitaux, and yep, there he goes for the Step Lancer. And still no Elite Skirm for Capoch. Interesting not to see the Elite Skirm, I have to say. Look at all these farms. We got 25 farmers for Sitaux. And 1 stable Step Lancers. Knights coming forward for Capoch. Fire Lancer! Oh gosh, the Sif is Fire Lancers. Okay, if we know Fire Lancers wreck everything. Yeah, maybe Scorpions could be useful against them. I guess that is it. Step plus Fire Lancer. More Steppies. Steppies will attack faster. Skirms on the side for Capoch. As the Knights run around on the front. So Lancer. Yeah, double Lancer. Sitaux just gonna lance a lot. And the more he chops the wood line, the safer the wood line gets as it gets farther away from these hoovering units on the front. And skirms don't counter Fire Lancers, right? Because they don't have the spear armor class, where these skirms would get an attack bonus against them. No, they not. No, they do not. So no +3. Maybe they should get that armor class. I'll let skirms do better against them. Roman Knights coming over. The biggest strength of the Lancers is their burst attack. It's crazy good for pro level games. Yeah, and you can kind of like use it and then recharge them and run. And another reason why charged attacks should not be in AoE 2. Other than the monk, but that's different. Monks are their own form of devilry. And spear cannot outpoke the steppies. There are some things that people would argue the same thing for monks too. I would argue that monks are very different. It's not like an alternate attack, at least. It's just like a charging thing. It's not like an attack either. It's just a monk. I think some people would like not having the RNG of monks in AoE too, but monks are monks. Look, wait, it shoots 3 projectiles? It's like a spread shot. Okay, more stables, and it's going to be more steppies. I should zoom out slightly, I think. So, Step Lancer City for Sitaux. So I still want to see some Grenadiers, but it's just a bunch of Knights, so I guess Fire Lancer, Step Lancer works. Shotgun Lancers. So Squire is on the way. 3 projectiles in a similar fashion to organ guns. Each does 3 damage. Okay, that's it. Is it 3 damage regardless of armor? I need to look into the unit and see what the mechanics are. Ornlu probably has a video about it on his channel. I need to go watch that. 3 unblockable damage, like the OG organ guns. Is it like the 10,003 attack against an unused armor class? So, Sitaux being overwhelmed on the front by that tower by the Knights. Not enough Fire Lancers there. All of his steppies are chasing an army around in the back. That's going to let the Knights kill some Vils. And finally, some good Eco KD coming in for Capoch. But Sitaux with that second TC does have an Eco lead. He is raiding himself. Got some steppies in on the gold. So, triple stable Knights against triple stable steppies. Sitaux mining stone. And he might go for an aggressive castle at some point. Sitaux with stone too. And we might see a castle attempt from both players now. As now the Fire Lancers forcing the Knights away. More Knights coming forward, but more Lancers of both types for Sitaux. Capoch taking a score lead with this raid, though, opening up a nice villager kill eco lead. It has more res collected, too. The Romans bonus coming in useful. 63 to 56 Vils, though, still in favor of Sitaux. Trying to get more Step Lancers out, but I have to think Knights win against Step Lancers. Can close the distance. Win against their attack. I guess even slightly faster now. I guess Sitaux does not have husbandry. No, he does not. He's still trying to go Fire Lancer. Knights hoovering around everywhere. Alright, I'll watch the Ornlu video then. I'll trust Ornlu's analysis. Okay, massacre again. More Vils dying for Sitaux on the front. He no longer has a villager lead. Capoch with an army lead now, 28 to 14. As the Fire Lancer is still fighting the Knights, though. What's their attack bonus? It is +5 against cavalry, +4 against camels. So not the same bonus that pikes would have. And now it's going to be a forward castle. Not going to be there in time, though. Sitaux will call the GGWP. And Capoch will take it 2-1 with the Romans over the Jurchens. Interesting Civ pick for Sitaux, but wasn't able to cook with them on the map as much as he might have wanted to. 114 to 86 KD. Skirm Spear playing the Romans like the Byzantines. GG Capoch opening up that eco lead in late feudal. Earlier Castle Age used that market to go up. And Scout Skirm, I guess, significantly more expensive than Scout Spear. Roman Spears with the armor. Added in, and Capoch just had that Castle Age timing, and Sitaux wasn't able to take a great fight with the scouts in time. Against fishing ships, just to count for camels, right? Are there any Fire Lancers left? What are their attack bonuses there? +4 versus camels, +4 versus fishing ships, and against ships for consistency. GG. Out a little, like this, maybe? This feels maybe slightly too far. Maybe this is the level I want to be at, though. It's either this or this for the zoom. This is too far. So it's going to be one of these two going forward. Is infantry, shock infantry, eagle, and gunpowder. Oh, they have a shock infantry armor class. Okay. So I think one capture age experiment here. If I go to the overlay. Thank you, Nasna0 for the follow. Soon this tab will show live games. For now, focus AoE2 and go to the spec. Hasn't this been the spectate tab forever? That's never been updated. Thank you, Falconbox636 for the follow. This is essentially what the spectator overlay does. Oh, I'm looking for settings. What am I looking for in the settings? Oh, zoom presets. Yes, I can do that. Okay, I'll set zoom presets up and figure out how to swap to them. Score offset, yes. If I give this like a 10, what does that do? That moves the score up 100. 200. Okay. So I think what I'm going to do in the future, just so chat knows, I think I'm going to take you guys from the left, and I'm going to move you to the right and move the score up slightly. And then that way, when I hover over the stuff over here, it won't be blocked by the chat. So that might make Capture Age a bit more interactive in the future. I'll set that overlay up at some point. I just wanted to check that I could do that. And is there a hotkey to swap to the zoom presets? Is Bozzy here? Can Bozzy tell me? I'll set these zoom presets up, and then I'll have it set up once we figure out the zoom we want to go to in the future. We're moving house. Hello, Mr. Fluffy Bunny. Yes, we're moving. So anyway, that will be a 2-1 lead for Capoch. Nicely done. Was thinking Sitaux would probably take that set after he won against the Chinese on Land Madness, but great gameplay for Capoch on Crater on Sitau's home map. When Sitaux had the Civ he wanted. Well, I'm doing pretty well, Mr. Fluffy Bunny. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate having you in the stream. That'll be a loss for the Jurchens and a win for the Romans. No Khmer used. And Maris, thank you for the follow. If I didn't read that, I think I did read that, but forgot. So GG and hello LL, and again Fergus on YouTube. Was lurking while eating KFC. All right. Are you gonna come to USA TwitchCon? So I think I'm gonna go there. And yeah, I think I will cast the third set. It's early enough. I can get this started on time. Nope. Aw. Grass sad. It'll be Hera versus FreakinAndy. So let me just update the scoreboard real quick. And get this going. That way. Hera versus FreakinAndy. This is Group A, if I recall my groups correctly. I think it's Group A. Let me check Wikipedia. Yes, Group A. Hera actually started off with a loss to ACCM, so this is an important set for him. Again, the top two make it to the group stage. Transition to the drafts. Let me double check the drafts, make sure I know what side Hera is on. Hera indeed is on the left. So Fortress! Oh gosh, I'll get to see what version of Fortress they're using. DE's Fortress is broken for Regicide. They're going to use TTL2. Hera is playing. Yes, is this live or is this going to be Rex? I'll check the announcement. Wait. This will be live. This will be live. Hera probably streaming his point of view too. Let me update this. Hera versus FreakinAndy. And I'll update this on YouTube too. Update the description and the title. So some Hera gameplay. Hope you all are ready for this. I just finished my coffee. I have a tiny bit of coffee left. Hera, a new prodigy. Oh, I misspelled Hera's name. Overlay. R. Here. Let's spell Hera's name properly. Boom. And game one, I think they're launching. Just do an ad during the spec play. Give me, Hera me out. I guess Hero wins this 3-0. 3-0. Ooh, you're confident. The dashboard still down? Dashboard offline. Oh no. What are we ever gonna do with the dashboard offline? And Andy's gonna be green. This is green color. Oh, they're getting started right away. Here versus FreakinAndy. Do I have the stream title correct? Okay, I have it correct in the stream title. Alright, we will have Onamaru FreakinAndy against GL Hera, and it will be Fortress. Wait, are they playing... Wait, this is a normal Fortress without kings? Oh gosh, Regicide Fortress is broken in DE, so they're just playing kingless Fortress. What? Oh gosh, and it's the huge Fortress on small size, too. It's like, oh no, a democratic fortress. So USA, USA, USA. Get your freedom emotes in the chat. Yeah, so Regicide Fortress right now is broken in DE, and I don't know why it hasn't been fixed yet, because it's just the map script that's broken. But yeah, if you play Regicide, it spawns with 2 kings. And, well, Chimera versus Burgundians. Chimera with a great eco. Great Hussars for late game raiding. And the thing about this map is it's so huge, it probably will go late game. And then Chimera, just with the great farming eco for Hussars, will raid everywhere. What is this? A master disaster. Hera needs to be stopped. Well, remember, this is just an A-tier tournament. So maybe Hera will lose. And then for some reason, people only care about S-tier tournaments. And don't count his loss on Wandering Warrior Cups for some reason. So also, look at this tower nestled in the forest. Ooh. Scenic. I tried to prevent that on my fortress. I put a little bit of a gap there in a void forest zone. Also, look at all the cliffs. I don't know if this matters at all, but cliffs over here by Andy. And it's like right outside his walls. And then also the forest's only a one tile avoidance distance, not even avoiding the cliffs. They're right up nestled on the cliffs. You can see the DE's fortress has these 1 tile passages between the trees. I tried to avoid that on my fortress too. I put a bit more of an avoidance distance. What will Hussars do against the button? Run around the units because the map's so big? And, well, I mean, a great map in terms of gold positions for Hera. All of his golds are in the back. Tiny bit of walling there. 1 tile of walling here, and all of his golds are safe. And it's not Regicide, so it's not like you can do a king snipe. Hussars come in sooner than the button. That's true too. So this might just be a fight over relic situation, but the map's so big. I mean, early monastery, the monks will take forever to walk to the relics. I mean, I'm guessing this is just a 3 TC boom for Andy. You add in a stable just to have some scouts pick off monks. This is probably one of those scout and no light cav upgrade. Like maybe scout plus husbandry situation to pick off monks, then fight for your own relics later. 2 relics closer to Andy, 2 kind of closer to Hera, and then 1 more in the middle. So TC going up. And my thoughts of, oh, I'll just cast this last set might be ruined by an extra long fortress game. But I'll cast as much as I have time for. Still have 3 hours before the inspector is supposed to arrive. Well, if you weren't here earlier, I had a new furnace put in, and we're having an inspection so that the air conditioning works, and he's going to do some inspecting, and we need to pass the inspection. And I don't want to live stream the inspection, because that would be embarrassing if we fail live on stream. Hera has the Viper map hacks. Cool little passage. Remember the map? What was that Valhalla map with the... Yeah, it had like the 2 ponds in the middle and the forest on the outside. We had the little mazes through them with the 1 tile avoidance distance. That was pretty cool. He's an AoE 2 fan. I did see, when I was returning from NAC in Berlin last time, the guy in the airport in Berlin, when I was checking my passport, asked me what I was doing, and I said I was there for an AoE 2 event. And he was like, oh, my wife plays that. So he knew what it was. Rejoice if they've just killed more vills than they ever dreamed of. Killed more vills? What? Absolute FreakinAndy. I want to borrow FreakinAndy. So, Fortress is just going to be a boom fest now, so 3 TCs for both players. Hera's collected very similar. We'll have the better farming eco, though, so as things get into the late game, Khmer will probably have the better eco unless Burgundians have a lot of relics. Maybe Burgundian Vineyards gives them gold in the long run? And he asked for an autograph? Are you allowed to do that if you're like an airport passport inspector? Probably not. You have to include multiple inspect and inspection in your essay. I've never been told to include that in an essay. Nowadays, AIs would just do that for you. I see Ballista, Ellie. Who doesn't? Check something real quick. There's something really annoying about Windows when I tell it to put my windows on one side with window and arrow key. It doesn't put them in the right spot ever. Gotta fiddle with it a bit. Oh well, enough fiddling. Oh, Osh Twitch didn't suddenly display a huge TwitchCon banner on Twitch now that they started selling their tickets. I get it. If I go, I'll buy the ticket, but I'm working here. Don't give me advertisements and I'm using your app or your browser for work. So, forward gold for Andy. He's going to be doing another TC. Another TC on the outside woodline in the gold. So, 4th TC for him as the Khmer. Have I tried SteamOS? I've not tried SteamOS. I'm honestly just on Windows 10 still because it's easier to stream AoE 2. But I have heard that Capture Rage and AoE 2 both work fully on Linux now. So, if I don't know, I mean, when October comes along, Windows 10 no longer is supported. Maybe I just do a full-on Linux switch. So scouts hacking away at each other. Spear coming around. And for the relics, 1 relic already for Hera. He grabbed one that was in the south. Andy now adding in a stable and more scouts, so we'll be looking to snipe off monks. Coustilier in for Hera. Linux is the way. I agree. If I wasn't doing streaming, would definitely be the PC I would go for. And perhaps even still will be the PC I go for. I already have the Windows installed and the Windows 10 license. So maybe I just swapped to dual booting though, but I don't really see a reason to dual boot if I'm mainly going to be using Linux. I know, we'll see. Game Pass on your work PC? Oh, definitely. I don't know. I don't think Game Pass is worth it, but it really depends on the user. I think for most people it's probably not. And it's more for if you play a lot of games but don't play them that in depth, which is very much the opposite of what AoE2 does. Okay, Monk going for the relic. Can he get a conversion on the Coustilier? Can he get the conversion? Will Andy be paying attention? Will the Coustilier pick off the Monk? Monks are going for a race. And the Coustilier with the charge attack will get the Monk. Oh, he turned around. What is that? Turning around. What is that? And Hera deletes. And he's just going to get the relic. Okay. Why did he not kill the Monk? That was weird. Scout going to come over. Monk heading back, even though we could go pick up the relic that the Scout will snipe off. Another Coustilier coming down, though. And that'll just be no one's relic there. Just for the 100 hours you spent on blueprints. I mean, for me, it might be worth it, because, MLB The Show was on Game Pass, right? I've heard that was a thing. You can play it on, the cloud streaming at some point. I do like baseball. You passed AOE2DE on a CPU benchmark, or the benchmark on a CPU from 2011. I would hope a game from 1999 can pass benchmarks, honestly. So handcart on the way for Hera, and I mean, we're just booming away on this huge map. There's no option even for early Imperial Age pressure with how far you'd have to go for that castle. And it's just going to be what civ is better in the late game. And do you have the relics for the late game? I mean, Andy ahead by 20 vils. And personally, I think the Chimera on this size of map are probably the better civ. I don't know for sure, though. And Hera going to try to grab a second relic. Hope I aren't a Mets fan. I am a Mets fan. We've done horrible the past few weeks. We've lost like 10 of 11 games or something like that. I mean, the best record in the MLB, and then we just collapsed. Completely face-planted it. Well, that's baseball. It's 162 games. You gotta be in it for the long haul. Going through some injury woes on our pitching staff now. As Sean Mania had a setback in his recovery. The Chimera get Halb? Yes, they do. Both civs have bombard cannons? Yes, and the Chimera do... Oh, actually, no, they don't. They did at one point, I think, but they don't anymore. Siege engineers, but no bombard cannon. Only Burgundian bombards. And they will have that extra attack, but no extra range for no siege engineers. And third relic grabbed for Hera, as Andy will do a forward castle. And Monkey on Crack, thank you for the follow. Chimera do have hand cannoneers. Yes, they do, but only the small cannons, not the big cannons. So faster Imperial Age for Andy, and he's also up by 20 vils. And he should get at least one relic, but Hera doing a good job of sniping off the monk. Is he devoted? As he goes to kill that scout. Nope, is he devoted? Not devoted even, but still a nice micro from the Custilier. Cubs also on a skid. I know as a Mets fan, I have to deal with the horror of having a good defensive center fielder, but really no offensive production from him. And then seeing Pete Crow Armstrong on the Cubs when we traded him for Baez a couple years ago for essentially a partial season rental of Baez. And then the Cubs have Pete Crow Armstrong because of that. And he's turning into the best center fielder in the majors right now. Almost every team wins 50 and loses 50. Unless you're Colorado, you're probably not even going to win 50. So the Custilier stopping Andy even from grabbing that relic still. And 3 Burgundian relics for Hera, but double forward castles for Andy. Treb's on the way. Ballista elephants, what even are those elephants doing? Maybe cut a path inside through that wall. Well, Hera, he was down in vils because he was focusing on the relics. But that's just going to make him down in vils now, and he has to hope those 3 relics pay off. So no sling on this game of Fortress. And these ballista... I gotta say, these Castle Age ballista Ellies, they did them dirty. These things... Yeah, I get it. They're doing a less fancy version of the Ballista Ellie and using the Ellie upgrade as the main one. But man, these guys look so puny. Have a monk play for Hera? Maybe against the Ballista Elephants. But the monk play is for relics and the Burgundians bonus. So conscription on the way in his castle, but he's already being trebbed down. And siege engineers is on the way. On the way for Andy. As the trebs are hitting the castle. Look like basic chonkers, you dig it? Oh my gosh, this makes me sad to look at. So conscription does finish, and it'll be Halbs for Hera. So Hera Halbs as he does another castle to the north, but will now lose the opening at the front of his base. And well, how did Ballista Ellies do against Halbs? If Halbs close the distance, they slaughter the Ellies. If you get like 60 Ellies, then you probably kill the Halbs fast enough. Yeah, they're ugly. That's what I feel like. They're pretty ugly. Not in a good way. So this is too zoomed in. This is a good thing. This level here, or this level here is what we're at. Maybe this is what we do for the late game. Should late game be like slightly more zoomed out than early game? Maybe that's the key. They go full bombard cannons. I mean, useful against the Trebs, but less against the Hussar spam. Yeah, Andy 165 Vils. And he's just thinking, I'll Treb what I can, and eco as much as I can in the back. So Andy does get 1 relic. Hera ends up with 4 relics. So all of this lack of villagers at this moment might be worth it if he does, in the long run, have the relic lead. That's food and gold as the Burgundians. Now, monks coming forward. Is Andy devoted? Is he devoted? He is not devoted. No heresy for the Khmer either, but they can do faith. Yeah, they look worse than they actually are. Treb's going for the barracks. Still think maybe Andy should be chopping the wood line. I mean, here's an idea, right? This map is so large. What if Andy just used those elephants to chop Hera's wood lines right now? Just in case it becomes a wood game. Win the wood game by chopping all of Hera's wood while you have the forward map control. I don't know if Andy is the type of player who would think about that. But oh, he's walling him in. He's walling him in. Yeah, chop the wood line so that Hera won't eventually lumberjack his way out. Hera going for the forward wall. I mean, Andy going for the forward wall to trap Hera. Oh, I'll love to see this. Is it good? I don't know, but it's fun. So Halb's getting massacred there. A few hand cannoneers for Andy. And hand cannon Halb. And what is this? Halb raiding. Fill forward. Maybe Monk got a conversion there. Thinking about walling him in. Well, so is Andy. And we're going to have elite ballista elephants. Thank you, Andy. These units will finally look proper. Hera is not really attacking in the west. He's trying to do a forward stable. And Andy needs to clean this up. 33 to 52 military. I mean, Hera has a lot of halbs. A lot of monks even. 17 monks. Monks against the ballista ellies. Now they look good. Look at that. Look how much better that is. Look how much just all around better of a unit that is. I think there's room to maybe put some gold on this unique unit. So it's not like a puny unit. And Andy really needs some devotion against that many monks. At least he has devotion. No faith yet. Would need some hand cannoneers here. Treb's still taking out the lumber camps. Burgundians could do redemption and try to convert the Trebs. Does he have redemption? No, he doesn't. Halbs will surround the Trebs, though. Ellies at least can jump in the castle to try to dodge conversions, but a conversion coming in there for Hera. He's trying to charge and then swap targets. What upgrades does he have? Does he have Theocracy? Is that available for them? Yeah, no Theocracy. That's the upgrade Burgundians are missing. Known players Gojara Ellies though, except for the, I mean, Gojara Ellie Rams are insane. Elephant archers can be okay with a discount in some situations, but that's also situational. Andy also going to wall himself in, walling in Hera, walling in himself, walling everywhere. Also expanding to the south with more castles for wood control. And I'm telling you, Andy, I'm telling you, chop all of Hera's wood, chop the wood in the middle of your map, and then as you fall back, you'll just have more wood for yourself with the Hussar raids later on. Elephants going for the Halbs. There is Hussar on the way. Bracer on the way. Does Bracer affect the ballista elephants? Looks like it doesn't because you'd have Fletching Bodkin affecting them. Love to see them Ellies. So Halbs here, cannons and Trebs coming forward. I don't think I want to zoom out any more than this because then I think it's going to be too far out. You guys got to keep in mind people watching on phones need to be more zoomed in. And so we'll have cannons going for the castle. Trebs besieging the castle as well. Hera using the market. I can see the wrinkles on the monks' foreheads. Not going to zoom in that much. Well, 2 castles could go down for Andy. He can't really engage this yet, but he's going to have several Hussars. Got to be careful that the Hussars could be converted by the monks. And if he has Eco, still would like to see Faith at some point, but maybe that's a ways away. He has some Trebs out. He's taking out one of Hera's castles too. But if he loses his castle here, the cannons might be able to take out the Trebs. And instead he's going to go and try to take out the castles. Trebs get 1. Castle goes down. Both castles go down, but now the Trebs can try to defend themselves against the cannons by shooting back. require some micro from Hera. And that's another cannon going down. Ooh, the Treb just misses there. They'll be forced back. Hussar is going forward. They'll try to pick off the cannons, maybe go for the monks. And good Hussar raids from Andy. I think the Chimera just win this Civ matchup. The map too large. The map's so large, the Chimera Hussar raids plus farming eco is gonna be great. Maybe poles could be another late game option for this map. I mean, maybe even better with full Vark farms plus Hussars. I think that winged Hussars. I think that's a better composition there. It's like Chimera but better. Tons with pastures. How do pastures compare to late game crop rotation full Varky? That I don't know. Winged Hussar is probably maybe even better then? I don't know. Walling in the stable there. I'm not going to destroy it, just wall it in. Winged Hussar is at least a cooler. So forward castle is going down. And you've been chopping the middle wood for a while, adding in more stables. Huge resource stockpile for Hera, so he's not going to be defeated anytime soon. He has the ability to punch out of this. Hussar is going for raids on the monks. Monks going down. You are on a phone, really? You still needed more zoom out. Interesting. I feel like if I zoom out, it's too small even for me. I'm on my 24-inch monitor. Maybe this is okay for late game. I don't know. Maybe this is okay. Hussars still running around. Elephants taking out the Hussars. Hussars could run in through the... Oh, Andy using the gate to go in from behind. Why does it seem so large for 2 players? So this is what happens, okay? In AOC, the original game, some maps were hard-coded to have a larger map size. So if you picked tiny, you would actually get a size equal to the small map. As the Halbs are now massacred by the Ballista Elephants, as the Hussars have picked off a lot of the monks. And now Hera's army going to be collapsed here. And that was mostly for water maps, such as islands, because there was water on the map. And you could fit more stuff on the map, and it actually made sense there. It made sense. Fortress also back in the day was a water map, if you remember. There's a ton of water on it, as this castle being trebbed down. If he doesn't repair or take out the trebs, that will go down, perhaps needlessly, but will go down. And because Fortress had so much water, it actually was one size larger. However, as people made custom maps, map scripting became an addition in the Conqueror's expansion, people removed the water on Fortress. And since it was a custom map, it was not hard-coded to be larger. So no water, no larger map size, and it now fit. It fit perfectly. However, in DE, when they decided that they were going to add in the ability to change the map sizes, they increased the map size for islands and maps like that, which were okay, but also increased it for Fortress without adding back any of the water. So now it is just an absolutely huge map for no reason. And Regicide also doesn't work on DE's version, so it's like it's broken and weird in 2 different ways. that is why. And now Hera pushing back with Halbs, so he's taking a fight against the elephants, adding in his own Hussars. The question though, 67 on food versus 67 on food. Hera's gonna get some gold there with vineyards. He has vineyards, right? He has Burgundian vineyards. And that is why the map seems so large. And that is why we're gonna see so many Hussars. Because it will be Hussars for the Khmer, Hussars for the Burgundians, and who will have the better farming eco? Khmer farms? Why does Andy have farms in the middle of nowhere? They're gonna be raided by Hussars. Khmer farms against Burgundian vineyards. And 4 versus 1 relics. So despite Andy being so far forward, having the better KD, Hera's still in it. He's such a huge economy. Res collected exactly the same. But Andy adding in skirms to help deal with the Halbs. Wants to bank his gold up for the late game. And it'll be maybe Hussar skirm against just full Halb. Hera is an insane late game player, but also depends on the eco and the civ. And still, I kind of would probably like to see poles for this. Because even with the splash damage the poles have on their light cav, they can kind of fight Halbs. And even with Schlachta privileges, Cavaliers can kind of fight Halbs a bit too. Haven't followed the pro scene for a few months since the last Wooloo. Who's currently at... That's still Hera. That's still Hera. Leary almost won the Garrison. Had a 4-3 lead in Game 7, going to a best of 9 with his 2 top Civ picks, but couldn't pull it out. Hussars going down, elephants still killing halbs, and 28 ballista elephants are an insane number, but also a lot of bombard cannons from the Burgundians should be able to do decent damage to the elephants. Hussar raids everywhere. How much gold is left? I think just this 1 gold, so 2k2. That gold plus 4 relics and Burgundian vineyards for Hera. So Hera will have the gold advantage in the long run. The question is, will gold matter for how large of a map it is and how much Hussar raids can happen? Hera with 4k wood, Andy with no wood, 52 on wood. And Andy should have done what I told him to, chop the wood. Don't let Hera take wood. I mean, Hera hasn't even needed to move out for his wood with how large the map is. Hussar raids continuing for Hera. And just what Civ is the better late game now? Burgundians or Khmer? Khmer will have the better KD. But will the Burgundian eco outplay the Khmer eco with all these farms that are now in the middle of nowhere? Yeah, Andy not at max pop, and his eco, for whatever reason, can't keep up with Hera. He doesn't have the same stockpile that Hera has. Maybe the Hussars are just less efficient. Maybe the Ballista Ellies are inefficient and expensive. Hera's killed 41 vills, too. Andy needs to raid, but with all these castles up for Hera defending the farms, has 1, 2, 3 castles in his eco, it will be hard to raid. Also, the relics are in the back. Now, just Halb Hussar for Hera. Andy doesn't have halbs of his own. Herbal medicine, maybe thinking of healing his elephants. But cannon's going forward, destroying some castles. Lewis would have won this already. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Andy could just put the farms in the back. Only on like 60 farmers, which doesn't feel like enough for Hussar spam. And Hera doing a good job keeping the halbs around his siege to protect them. Even trying to do walls to limit the Hussar raiding lanes. Watching on your Apple Watch, you need me to zoom in. And we can zoom in on these cannons and see if the elephants can take them out. Elephants don't really do much damage to cannons, I think, Ballista Ellies. Hussar's coming around from the back, but now that's cannons going down. The elephants getting the jump. Takes a while to kill the cannons, but they're doing it. Only 3 cannons left on low HP, and now Andy will go back with the elephants, maybe heal them a bit with his monks, and still try to win. Hera just macroing better. No champs for the Halb Hussars, or do we respect the HC switch from Burgundians too much? You see, Excalibur, this is where you get to learn the tech tree, and you will learn that the Khmer do not have champions. They only have 2-handed swordsmen, and they also don't have the final armor upgrade. And they also don't have squires, and they also don't have gambesons. So champions from the Khmer, not an option. 2-handed swordsmen, not a great option either. So Hera takes the score lead after those fights. His eco, 4k more than Andy, and it feels like Andy's just spending more despite having the KD lead. And I agree, though. I have actually won games going Khmer 2-handed swordsman against halbs. But it certainly is a situation. And Ari Ramsey, thank you for the follow. Treb's going down. Elephant's still ballistaing. Andy's still on the defensive as Hera is forward with halbs raiding. Andy also not fully walled up here. These walls now no longer containing Hera. Andy could try to go fortified wall just to fight in one area, but had castles behind the walls that just got Treb down from being too far forward. And Andy has now spent most of his gold. And hasn't upgraded all of the halbs. Now, Hera will have the better halbs, that's for sure. Maybe the disadvantage of being poles in a potential matchup is having only pikes and not halbs. Having fun? Well, we have almost 600 viewers, though. We got almost, like, 385 on Twitch, 178 on YouTube. Hopefully people are having fun. This is a map that lasts a long time with how large it is. Halb's going down. Yeah, how many hours to play before the end? 20 to 30 more farmers? 75 right now. I mean, with Hussar games like this, I honestly wouldn't be surprised at going 100 plus farms. And I still think map control and wood control will be what decides it. And maybe Andy's mistake was being overly aggressive with the forward castles, when he could have had, say, castles up here, over here, on the wood, controlling the wood long term. As we see Hera moving out. Hera moving out. And I still think chopping Hera's wood would have been an option. Those voices ASMR. That's what people tell me. Oh, hello, zoom out. Zoom out. You are going to be fitting in right in with this chat. People have been telling me to zoom in, zoom out all day. Create the illusion that dozens of people are zooming in. Yeah, as long as it increases the viewer count, that's fine. Well, Ballista Elephant for Hera. Hera's a lot of halbs forward. Andy's still with the KD lead, but Hera up by 5k res collected, and up by 3k relic gold. Co-caster muted. There's no co-caster. We'll have to do some co-casting soon, but Dave was on vacation for a long time. And T90 was so intent on playing the Silver League, he wasn't even doing any casting for cartographers. Who is the co-caster? Recognize the voice? The muted voice of Doubt? That was a joke back in the day. Doubt never did. He was very shy, never did interviews, never did any streaming. That changed over the years, but that was our joke. We had Viper do a video once, and we said co-caster Doubt because there wasn't any co-casting. Exclamation mark Blender? You can get free Blender. It's a great 3D modeling piece of software for free. I've never used it much, man. I probably learned how to use it. Back when I did my graphics course, but that was 10 plus years ago now. Oh, Shortcaster, you're an alt account, okay. So Hera is still taking more map control in the middle, but Andy retakes the score lead with his KD. And now, even though Andy's out of gold, what Andy has is 26 Ballista Elephants. And if he micros them, and if he heals them, and if he uses that herbal medicine he researched, units garrisoned in buildings heal 500% faster. He can just keep taking great KD trades. The problem is that Andy's stuck in his own corner of the map. And if we zoom out now, we can see that he could struggle for wood eventually, but this map is so large, there's so much wood on it, it's gonna be a while before even Andy needs to worry about the wood. And if Hera can ever deal with this Ballista Elephant mass, it'll be hard for Andy to add it back in. And maybe Hera can just push with Trebs. He's taken out the monastery. Maybe he can abscond with that relic, has a couple of forward monks even. What is Andy's win condition? A good enough KD with elephants that Hera's army runs out. The thing is, Hera has added in the halbs and been more effective with the halbs. The halbs actually, he's okay to lose them because eventually they close the distance and hit the elephants. And the cannon's doing a good job damaging the elephants over time too. Just Andy's job is just get, oh, there they go. Get a good enough KD with the elephants that he can overcome the eco difference. Or just have more farmers to be more efficient, but I think the Burgundian eco actually is good enough that it can keep pace with the Khmer, it seems. Oh, how much wood left? There's a ton of wood left. It's not even 100k wood left. Up, we have a pause. Pause. Let me see. Oh, or just a brief pause. No even typing in the chat. Maybe just Hera did a tech tree check, pressing F2 and accidentally hit F3. I know I've done that before. Back when I played on a laptop and I didn't have a gap between my numbers and my function keys, I would accidentally pause the game. Back in like 2013 when I started playing on HD. Yeah, but I mean, Ballista Elephants count as siege. So bombard cannons are useful with their plus 25 against siege in terms of their armor class. Oh, cannons good against elephants. 4-in-1 volley. Oh, look at that. Whittling the HP down over time. 300 HP, monks need some healing. And I think Hera's gonna do this. Well, going into this, I thought maybe the Khmer would have the advantage late game with their farms. But better Hussars for the Burgundians. And Burgundian vineyards with 4 relics are good enough eco for Hera. And it's what, 1-to-1 on the relic gold for food. So that's an extra 5k food almost for Hera from the relics. So the strategy of prioritizing relics while maybe getting pushed early on and playing more for a late game relic lead has worked for Hera. And maybe Andy just boomed a bit too much rather than fighting for relics. I still do wonder how Poles would do on this map, but I guess I do have the fear that they don't have the halbs. Oh, elephants. Elephant Hussar, kind of your Cav Archer Hussar combination. Maybe Slavs could be interesting. Right, they should have fully upgraded Hussar, great farms, and then Drazina halbs. And then also the discount on castles for map control. Burgundian Hussars, they don't have bloodlines, that's true, no bloodlines. So yeah, this 3-player size version of Fortress, Andy will call the GG. I don't know how to play this map other than you need a late game raiding civ. Andy with the better KD, but Hera with the better eco and also with the relic lead. Andy had to use that market, 12k resources sold. Hera did not have to do that anywhere nearly as much. More, almost difference in the relics making up for the difference in the market more so with much less resource spent. So the relics, I think, the key there for Hera. It also took decent engagements enough that he didn't fall massively behind in the KD. Seemed to be the most popular pick for Fortress for recent tournaments. Well, recent tournaments also don't use this large of a Fortress size, so it is definitely different. Not Regicide and not with the, or with the different map size. So there's the lead for Hera. You must see so much cheese on this map in team games. That's true too. It is an interesting team game map. Or an interesting team game map. Let's get our indefinite article usage set up properly for English. And Kawasan will be the home map for Andy. Byzantine's an option there for Hera though. And again, I'll need to check for the game code on Discord. And we only have game 1 so far. Players might need a slight break after that game. With how long it was. Hera is, of course, only human. And that's a good point too. The bombard cannons for the Burgundians could be the advantage there. Another aspect for Poles, though, they do have cannons, and if I'm correct, let me check awe2techtree.net. They should have siege engineers. I think, yes, they do. They do have siege engineers. So again, thank you everyone for watching on Twitch, on YouTube. Glad to have you all here. And the spectator dashboard still is down. Happy leaves. We need you. You're the hero we need. And his only hope was a kings. There's no kings on that map, 11. There's no kings. They're not playing a king version of Fortress. Now this is where I go check out Hera's stream. And looks like they're in the lobby. Oh, and I can see the game ID from his lobby. Yes. Oh, look at this. Type that in manually. 4021688825. Oh, queued up to spectate on Kawasan will be the next map. I can see the civs already. Mongols, Georgians, it looks like. And here we go. There we go. Hera's stream, opening it to snipe the lobby code. Beautiful. That's how we learn to cast here. Also, why is Andy green instead of orange? Andy always picks orange. Orange is potentially even an easier color to see than green. What is he doing? I'll have to message him after. I'll ask him why he's picking green instead of orange. I won't distract him during his set, but after the set, I'll ask him. Is there a spec delay in the handbook? Let me check. Usually World's Edge tournaments require a 2-minute spec delay. I honestly myself, I prefer not having the spec delay. Oh, I alt-tabbed and Capture Age went black for some reason. Let's just alt-tab for spec. Especially, special, effective, specific spectators. Public lobbies with spectators allowed and a 2-minute delay for live games. Just look for the word delay. Players may stream their point of view only if the series is being officially casted live. 2 minutes of delay is mandatory. Players are allowed to stream their point of view as long as they comply with the rule of including a 2-minute delay. Alright. So apparently they're supposed to use a delay. They're not. Oh well. Handbook looking time. Yeah, Captain Cadaver was here. The other day we had like an hour-long break between the sets we were casting. So I just read the handbook, and reading the handbook gained us 100 viewers, so we now have a handbook meme. So Kawasan, Georgians, Mongols? Usually I see Byzantines here, but Hera actually opted for Mongols. Mongols can have a really fast uptime. And they usually are a decent water civ. But Hera not going for a dock yet. And remember, the handbooks always have the famous line. Why did that Vil not... Vils do not walk in lines to hunt boars, but handbooks have the line, all players are equally responsible for ensuring lobby settings are correct. So boar taken by the town center. And scouts fighting each other by the dock, but we will have a dock from Hera. So Hera keeping track of where Andy docked and decided to dock the same pond? Or no, he just docked up there because he wanted to. Alright, so not keeping track of the ponds. Andy will hit the palisade. That village does not have loom, but it'll add some more HP to the palisade. And you'll get the dock. So slightly delayed the dock to do more palisade HP, but no big deal there. 2 fishing ships earlier for Andy over Hera. Hera more res collected so far because of the Mongols' hunt. He has both of his boar under the TC, and I think he was pushing some of his ibexes. He'll go for another push there. as the bird flies past. Any birds in the center doing a dance this game? No. Any birds in the corner? No. So push could be disrupted by Andy. Not going to try to dance with the scout, though. He will just come in. Bill's taking the deer at the TC. And one more deer to be pushed in for the hunt. But Hera up to feudal first. And he will use the fishing ship to scout. Yep, Andy's docking there. So he'll use his fast feudal time, do 2 fishing ships. I'll see if he adds in a third on the way up. I don't know if he has the time for that. But then he will immediately go for fires, and we'll see if he goes for a double dock. Oh, and he walled the scout in on the wood line. Andy, not paying attention for a moment, ran into the wood line and got walled. Always got to be careful around wood lines with your scouts. That is dadgum. That is what he is. Simultaneously surprised, impressed, astonished, in disbelief, admiration of what Hera just accomplished on that wood line. Hera taking maybe a couple of shots from the TC, but nothing too bad. Bow tie gold for Andy, and Hera up to feudal. Scout coming around. We'll maybe find a Vil by the dock. And Feudal Age on the way for Andy. And there's double bit axe on the way. What age are you in? No, that's not what that is. What is that? 32 is what age are you in, I think. Double bit axe on the way for Hera. Double bit axe just in for Andy. And Hera double dock Fire Galley production, taking the lead in production on this pond, and will come forward on the fishing ships. Probably take them out before Andy can do much. Maybe you should focus one of them, try to get the HP down. Andy trying to run, trying to hide. Oh, he trapped the scout with his fishing ship. Oh, that would have been nice if he kept it there. Maybe use the fires to kill the scout. That would have been cute. Scout going to take the hill, though, and try to kill the Vil with the hill advantage while he's fighting on the water. And Scout has to run. Repair Vil, very weak fire. This fire will go down for Hera. We'll get more fires out, though. We'll win this fight. Ooh, fire keeping the Vil safe from the Scout. Demo, ooh, getting one. Demo, ooh, nice. Demo from Andy. Trades off the demo from Hera and gets the fire, protects his own fire. Right now, though, fishing ship's not working for Andy, so a nice lead for Hera. Does he have any barracks on land? No. Does Andy? Yes. But Hera with the scout, going to come back and do maybe some more scouting. Can keep track of the barracks and potential militia. So that was a great demo. Ooh, demo could go for 3 fishing ships here. Hera trying to block with the demo. Oh, he's going for the Vil. He's going for the Vil. Not going to find her. Instead, we'll just go for the fire. Do what he can with the demo. Repairs will come in, though. Didn't get the timing on the demo along with his own ships, so that'll be repaired for Andy. So, nicely done against Andy defending so far. Keeps 3 fishing ships alive against the Mongols' pressure. They'll have the fish advantage. And, ooh, okay, not happening. Boom. And, ooh, nice demo from Hera. Finally Hera getting a demo hit that he wanted. Here's another fire. And now starting to take a slight advantage unless Andy gets a good demo hit. And this could be a good demo hit. Hera running. Running immediately. And it takes out the high HP fire. So nice demo there. What is happening on land? Are there any units? No. Both players just fighting over that pond. Barracks for Andy, but no follow-up. And Hera, with his scout still alive, should be checking for a follow-up. He did dock the other pond. Andy will dock that pond too. Hera maybe could stop the dock. He could use his fishing ships to the dock block there. Yeah, okay, now all that he needs to do is actually block the dock positioning with the fishing ship. And you'll get the, get a quick gate down to trap the Vil. A couple of spears coming over, but the low HP Vil now will go down. Want more fishing ships for Hera. He could get one galley out, and now then that low HP dock wouldn't be able to finish. Andy would have to send another Vil. On the water here, feels like still lots of repairs for Hera. And that demo traded off, but loses a fishing ship in the process. And another demo going for a hit. Fires are clumped up. Hera is spreading out. Decent hit, but repairs will come in. Sometimes the demo isn't worth it unless you get a follow-up. A weak fishing ship there Andy could pick off. Andy's still fishing. And Andy, that has a fresh Vil out for that dock. This Vil still hiding in the quick walls. We'll have to run home. Or we'll go forward. Where's this Vil going for Andy? Oh, weak forward Vil. Hera still with the low HP scout, so shouldn't be able to pick off a villager. Dockville there, not much under threat. Fire goes down. A couple of weak fires. The fires will come back. Spear going for the villagers. And has to run away. Fire is going for the fishing ships, but the fishing ships go down. And fire is trading off. Weak dock villager going for the scout, but being baited into the fire. Nice micro from Hera. And he picks off the Vil, doesn't lose the scout. Demo away before the scout could get, or scout away before the demo could get the hit. Fire goes down. And fire attacking the dock. Castle Liege on the way for Hera. Demo hits the fire. That goes down. And castle on the way for both players, so still a fairly even game. How then does this transition for Mongols versus Georgians? Maybe Hera taking the advantage on both bodies of water, though. Maybe advantage there. More fires on the way out. I'll see steppies, but maybe some map control in the middle with fortified churches could be an option for the Georgians. Again, there are 5 relics all in the middle on this version of the map, so low HP Vil here will probably be insta-fortified church as soon as Andy goes up. And we'll try to hold the middle. A couple of spears out. Hera adding in a stable, and I guess that has to be steppies, but still no military presence for him on the land. Just that one scout, and a few spears for Andy. So Andy should be able to take the middle no problem with churches. Bloodlines forging on the way for Hera. As to why this map is closer? What do you mean this map is closer? You mean why the relics are here? That's just how the map originally was. Other custom versions spread them out. It is smaller than Arena. It's the same size as Arena. It's smaller than Fortress, but that's just because Fortress is larger. This is a normal map size. So Andy up to Castle Age. We'll be doing a church in the middle among the berries. So Bowsaw on the way. Andy up to Castle. Spears fighting the Vils. Forward Monastery for Andy. Now, weakness of the Georgians, though, is they do not have atonement for their monks. And the Mongols do. You could actually see a legit Mongol usage of monks here. Steppy, double steppies. For Hera, and he'll go monk steppy. Am I a redeveloper? I've done a lot of map scripting. I'm not an AoE2 developer. Can you change the size? Yes, you can. That's how we do the 36 by 36 maps on T90 stream. That was an option they added in DE, so it wasn't just hard-coded anymore. So one relic on the way in. Monk will look for a conversion on one of the steppies. Vil there maintains line of sight, so the monk can keep the conversion. Charge. Should probably just go grab the relic, unless he wants to go for the conversion. And very much he can. He can keep right-clicking the monk and walk around. I love pathing too much. I've worked with a guy who was colleagues with Dijkstra in the past. So I do have to say, I am a fan of good pathing. Seppi's moving around. Steppy's hoovering from Hera, and this has to be some good quick walls. Oh, the mule cart running off the house foundation, but messing up the wall. Defensive monk still chasing those steppies there. Mandy chasing them forever, trying to get the conversion. Hera, you've lamed a pig. What's he doing with the pig? Steppy's picking a Vil. Can they pick the Vil over the quick wall? He might try for it. Monk still wants to conversion. That is one devoted Steppy, but there is the conversion. Now, Steppy is just hoovering all over the map now from Hera, and then the eco he has from the pawns now is showing in the score. Andy not fully walled at home, so the Steppies can just hoover on in. Defensive fortified church on the gold. Not enough without walls. Fortified church is in the middle. This is what Andy wanted. The Steppy is just too good. Monk hops into the church there. That's nice. 3 relics for Andy. There should be more relics around here. Where'd they go? Did Hera grab any? Oh, Hera grabbed a relic somehow. Nice for him. And maybe another monk has a relic somewhere. Hera won. Oh, that was an arena. That was an arena. That was Fortress. That was Fortress and Arena are very different maps. But both have the stone wall setup going for them, but very different map styles. Fortress is far more open and raidable, different unit types. Also has the castle. House going down. Mongol Steppy should be removed. I gotta say, personally, I was never really a fan of the Mongols getting the Step Lancer in the first place, because it completely changed the way the Civ played. Usually the Mongols were a Civ that were great in the early game with their hunt bonus, then great in the super late game with Siege Onagers, and Drill, and Elite Mangudai, but they were weak in the mid game, where the eco bonus kind of fell off a bit. They didn't have anything special going on for the units other than the faster firing Cav Archers, and you didn't see Cav Archers all that much. But giving them the Step Lancer just gave them an OP unit now in early Castle, where they were supposed to be at their weak point. And that aspect of the design I never really felt really fit the Civ. It's supposed to be like a two-humped camel in their powers, where like good at the beginning, then they tail off, and they're better at the end. So Mangonel push from Hera. One thing about fortified churches, especially the Jordan's ones, is you cannot Mangonel push them. They have the same HP as a TC, but they're like 1/5 the wood. I think even cheaper than that to repair compared to a TC. So converted Steppies want to pick off Mangonels. Monks for Andy still. Not gonna go for the convert. Oh, Redemption is in, but double splash on the monks takes them out after one conversion. Steppies will pick off another Mangonel. Hera with the forward siege and continues the push. And monk conversion on the Mangonel on the way. House goes down. Or house foundation goes down. Vil's picked off by the Steppies. The plants are picked off. Anything happening on the other TCs? Well, in the middle, Steppies might try to run over the TCs. Hera at his TC, if that's what you mean, he's just researching Wheelbarrow. Hera staying full 1 TC, so Andy actually with a Vil lead. Or at least until the Vil gets stuck on the bushes and can't pathfind. Low HP Vil survives. So no second armor yet for Hera. No fletching though on the TCs for Andy, so only 5 attack versus 2 armor. If I mean, fletching Bodkin could be useful here against the Steppies. So 4 relics to 1 in favor of Andy, and things are looking bad, but in the score that could just be water still. He can stave off the Steppe Lancers, maybe he still has a chance to survive. Hera doesn't have much fishing eco here, just 1 fishing ship there, 3 or 4 over here. Andy actually does have the eco collected advantage so far, even though Hera has an insanely good KD. I don't see the conversions yet though. For exploration, I think they've both thoroughly explored the map at this point. Hera definitely has even more exploration. Alright, up to Imp though. Up to Imp, so less res collected, but up to Imp. Andy with 3 TCs will be booming for a while, and that gives Hera, with all that stone, the option to castle the middle. I'd even maybe try to put it on the hill, but castles here, you make trebs, you take out the middle. And also trebs, you can take out the relic control. Maybe Andy could think about moving the relics back to one of his home fortified churches. Andy going to do his own castle. He wanted to stop the castle, but the Steppies were there. And now Andy has no room to build his own defensive castle. The Steppies will just jump it. The Vils need to wall themselves. They're not going to be walled. Hera fighting under the TCs, under the churches, but they're not garrisoned. And now the Steppies can just pick off Vils as Andy's going for the castle. That'll be a doubt castle from Andy. How was his reaction to Hera's castle? Hera's going to run back heal. Still could use maybe the second armor. Castle goes up. Mangudai on the way. Now, University for Andy. He might want for Masonry. Might want it for Masonry. Now, Georgians do get that, right? Yep, they can do Masonry and Architecture. Hera up. I do wonder if maybe one Petard would have been nice against the Foundation on its way up, but he wants Mangudai. Can't fault the Mongol player for making Mangudai. Hera's going to take another gold towards the middle and start hoovering around with more Steppies. Going to try to find more eco to raid. Can't really use those Steppies under the castle. Andy will get another TC to try to stop raiding. This is where fletching could come in useful also for extra range on the castle. What will be Manaspas now? And John Slow, thank you for the raid. Everyone go check out John Slow. He has his Heaven and Hell tournament going on right now. We'll try to cast that too when we get a chance. The Hill and Repair bonus? I mean, that's true, Hill and Repair bonus, but now 2 castles from Hera. He'll have double castle treb production. So you're ready to get your skirm emotes ready for some hamster game. Oh, Andy, why is Imp in this TC? Why is Imp in this TC? There's some good and hilarious ones. I'm sure there will be for the whole tournament. It's also going to be a sudden disaster this year. Why is Imp in this TC, Andy? Will Hera see the repair Vils and recognize Imp is in this TC? So fletching for Hera, he takes out the Vils. Okay, Hera, treb this TC. Treb this TC. You saw the repairs, you have to know Imp's there. Is he thinking Imp could be here? Oh no, he's not. He's just going for the castle. You see someone repairing a TC, and you gotta think he accidentally put Imp here, but no, he's gonna get Imp, will he? Well, both castles are focusing it. Georgian repair bonus on this castle, so that should go up without issue. Vill's going to repair the TC, maybe, but they get picked off. 90%, and he will at least hit Imp. He will have a second castle, and as Georgian still may be a chance to repair, Hera has to make sure that his castles are at least on level ground with him. And Imp will finish. Imp will finish. Andy not out of the game yet. Still up by 3.5k res collected. Some of the score lead for Hera is just water. Huge Vil lead for Andy. But the Hera Steppies will be raiding. See if they can kill Vils. He's trying to stack them a bit. Manaspa's getting some raids in too. How do Manaspas do against Steppies? The Mongol ones have more HP, even with Bloodlines in. And under the TC, Hera should win that fight. And that'll be cleaned up, and it will become all about the Treb fight in the middle. 4 Trebs for Hera, repairs there for Andy. Masonry also on the way in, or also in. He did it on the way up. No repairs for Hera. What is that on the Monken side? Mangudai is out. Another Treb, although if 5 Trebs can come out for Hera, Repair should not be able to come in for Andy. The Steppy's still forward. Vill's trying to wall themselves but can't get there in time. And this will be one castle going down. This goes down and all of a sudden Hera should be able to raid, maybe snipe the Trebs with the Step Lancers. TC now will go down a bit too late. Nice walls from Andy keeping the Trebs safe. And he will wall them in somehow. Hera was able to get through. Fortified Church will go down next. But 5 Trebs out still, maybe a 6th Treb on the way. And if this castle goes down, Mangudai will snipe off the Treb. So Andy's still with a good villager lead, a good eco lead. 4k more res collected, and maybe, just maybe, if he can take out these castles and then hold the middle, he can be okay. I still don't think he's out of the game yet. He can afford to lose this castle. I think he stopped the Mangudai production. Castle being trebbed. Bloodless rooting for the favorite. Block printing on the way. I still think Andy's in an okay spot. Hera with some monks. Andy's starting to lose a couple of relics, but he could pick them back up. Trebs now, still some Manaspas defending them. If he could get some more knights out to fight this, maybe still he could be okay. Hera taking back the middle, but some monks getting conversions. The Step Lancer numbers are going down. And still huge eco lead for Andy. Make them OP monks? I thought monks were nerfed. You might think he's far behind because of the score, but maybe Andy's also wise enough to realize the score is just water. And that if he gets another castle up, he's okay. He just needs military. He's on 3 military, and he's going to call the GG. Hera goes up 2-0. And the weird game where I feel like Andy not quite out of it yet. If somehow he could have made Halb there? I don't know. He just needed something, anything to fight Step Lancers. There were only 3 Trebs left for Hera. And he did not realize. Step Lancers, amazing. Still something I feel like the Mongols shouldn't get, at least shouldn't get the HP bonus on them. Even if they get them. Yeah, Andy not dead. Not completely dead. The problem for Andy is he's going to start running out of gold. But he still has a gold here to take. He still has gold in the back. Not out of gold yet. Still have a mine there. Has an option to come here. But no army. Hera much better KD. And the KD there kind of evens out the res collected over time. Just because Andy loses so much and you can't get the Halb mass he would need. But yeah, Georgian's struggling to deal with the Step Lancers. And to be honest, I think most saves do struggle to deal with the Mongol Steppies. KD there. Much better res collected. And he can't fight the Step Lancers. Went for the Trebhor, did clear the castles, but couldn't clear the whole army. Alright, this scoreboard needs some updating. 2-0 lead for Hera. It is a play all 3, so we do have a 3rd game. Remember, this is a group stage. And we still have Arabia as the final map. Mongols over Georgians, and I guess... Well, if Hera goes Byzantines, I think he hard counters Hindustanis. Andy thinking Hindustanis counter the Maya, even though we saw Sebastian win that matchup with Plumes the other day. Does Andy go Japanese here? I don't know about that. I guess it's a Byzantines pick for Hera. Feels like the safer option. the dashboard back? Never saw a game 2 code, so I'll try to snipe that from Hera's point of view again. This is 402174790. Is against Hindustanis. If you get to Cataphracts, there is absolutely nothing Hindustanis can do. Requires getting to that point, but if you get there, Byzantines just win. I've seen that many times. Maya definitely a bigger risk because of the possibility of the Ghulam versus Maya matchup. Where plumed archers can kind of work. We saw Sebastian manage to pull that off yesterday. It's still not a very favorable matchup. Maya Japanese, I feel like, is probably an easy win for the Maya. Oh, I just got a spam email with a PDF .gif file that I definitely should not open. That is a virus if I ever saw one. Oh, Gmail, you and your filters not working. Waiting for Hera to get back into his game. And thank you everyone for watching. We have, what, 400 viewers on Twitch, 150 on YouTube. So 500 plus viewers, almost 600 viewers. Feels swell. You send me the latest sweet GIFs. Latest GIFs. I was hoping John Slow would be online so I could rate him after all this. Oh, it looks like we are starting soon. And here we are. I need to restart Capture Age. If you're on Cavalier in lieu of Manaspas? I don't know. Oh, here's Orange Andy. Okay, Andy picking his normal color again. I don't know why he's green instead of orange there. It will be Japanese versus Byzantines, a matchup where I still like the Byzantines a lot. Skirms to deal with Japanese Cav Archers. Cataphracts to deal with Japanese Infantry. You could even go Skirm Camel here against Japanese Cav Archers. And it will be Chicken Arabia. So we'll have 6 chickens, so 7 chickens by the looks of it. What is that? Oh, that's a turkey. Nope. It'll be Arabia with 6 chickens. You can go between 6 to 8 chickens on Arabia. This time it is 6. Why does it play all 3? It's because it is a group stage, and the group stage is using a play all 3 format. It's not best ofs, it is play all. And in the group, Hera already, he did lose 1-2 to ACCM. So this will be our final game of the day. There are 7 chickens? No, there are 6 chickens. 3 plus 2 plus 1 is 6. 6 is a perfect number because it is the sum of all of its factors, other than itself. So 1 times 6 and 2 times 3, and then 1 plus 2 plus 3 equals 6. That was a fun fact. Alright, 7? You are tripping because this is a goose. There are 2 geese there next to the chickens. I get they look like the light-colored chickens, but nope, those are geese. Hello, Overdroid. Yeah, that confused me too. That's why I double-clicked that and didn't see that one selected. I was confused. Nerd, exactly. Yeah, you should wait until I finish this YouTube video I'm working on and finally publish it about the trigonometry and map scripting. And I'll talk about all factors of 360 because yes, I actually did verbally list all of them. Yeah, every game counts for points in the groups. We looked at the tiebreakers in the handbook the other day, but honestly, I don't know how to make heads or tails of that. I just cast the games. I'll worry about that when we get to the end of the group stage. All we know is the top 2 in each group advance to the playoffs. And Hera, having lost to ACCM already, needs to win everything he can. So hard to tell the chicken versus a goose on the watch. Can you even watch Twitch streams on an Apple Watch? I do have a friend who has an Apple Watch. And I have no idea how he uses it. I never worked on any of this myself, but I know that when I worked on healthcare software, there were aspects of the software that worked on watches, and there were doctors who had Apple Watches, and that just scares the heck out of me. Like, I don't want my doctor doing any healthcare on his watch. Or on their watch. No, thank you. Can't on a Garmin. Trigonometry of pathing? No, just of map scripting. I'd imagine pathing is still largely either direct vector checks or A star, but who knows what DE has managed to change. Yeah, if we were fully zoomed, that wouldn't have happened, right? If we were right here, yeah, we'll have to cast a game like this sometime because we're even more zoomed in than 800 by 600 in classic zoom. Zoom out is like, nope, we gotta zoom out more. Buy a bigger watch. Bigger watch. You have your 8K resolution watch. That's what you need. The light bulb. Oh, yeah, the light bulb bulb. That's a light bulb from him. A little screw part down there. How many Heras does it take to screw in a light bulb? Honestly, Hera could have just walled here and been probably safer with the full map walled. Guess maybe it's a bit harder to maintain those walls. But that would have been fun. So Andy forward with his militias, and Andy realizing that chickens can be killed by militia, and Hera is going to get no chicken this game, as those militias will have the chickens to kill. Oh, the horror. Chickens going down. Dave playing AV2 with a controller on his 8K watch. So Loom on the way for Andy. Scouts and militias still hoovering around the front. Militias hitting the wall. Has anyone chicken funneled in a torting game yet? No. Sitaux did do an accidental deer funnel where he just walled near a deer patch and it walked over by his TC earlier. He got a twist point for that. But no chicken funnels yet. Oh, the Vil diagonally attacking against the scout over the wall. Vil getting some quick wall revenge, taking out the scout. And now with less HP, Andy has to be careful Hera doesn't snipe off the scout. And Hera will be up faster. Look at that up timing. I guess it's not impressive. It's like 9:30 something. That's a very slow up-time for a 3-Vil start even. What is that up-timing? What are these up-timings from both the players? It is a drush. It's like drush feudal from Andy. Who does that these days? It's a 3-Vil drush. It's a Japanese. So scout goes down. Drush is walled out. Cheating villager. Seriously, the type funneled? The funnel, it's the word. It's the phosphor vocabulary. We all gotta use his vocab now. Militia going for the palisade. Scout running around up north. Andy up to feudal. There are men-at-arms and double bit axe on the way. Militia also going for the house. The house goes up. We'll have an archery range, as now it is men-at-arms trying to teach that house a lesson, but they won't be able to break in. This is where we go one boot forward. There we go. One zoom forward. I think this is maybe what I want, swapping between these 3 zoom levels throughout the game. Here for like maybe late game fights. Here for like more mid game stuff. And then here if we want to be slightly more zoomed in. This would be like zoom in, this normal, and this far. I think that's the 3 levels I'll want. So Vil repairing the house. Scout running around. And thank you, Calafinway, for the follow. Skirm defense. Fighting the Men-at-Arms back. Andy himself will have a much easier wall-off shape than Hera, going between those 4 wood lines. I guess Hera used his 4 wood lines too. Here's one of those 4 woodline Arabias. Andy! Andy, how did you not lumber camp this area yet? Look at that! No, this would be perfect. You're the Japanese. You get cheap lumber camps. Just put it there. Oh, Andy, what are you doing? Or even lumber camp here and have like a 3-tile pocket? Oh, Andy, come on. That'd be perfect. Anyway, Men-at-Arms not able to break into the Skirms. Skirms will run around. Men-at-Arms come back here, but Skirms will anticipate that. Vil count still equal, slightly ahead for Andy, slightly less idle time than Hera. Why does it play all 3? Because it's the group stage and every point matters for the group stage. It is a round robin play all 3. I don't know if match points or set points matter more, but at least the whatever the tiebreaker system is, these games will matter. Or game points or set points that matter more. And a quick wall from Hera. Oh, and I'll just re-wall this. Send the Skirms out and re-wall. Matches? You mean set is greater than game, I guess. I don't know what match means, because sometimes it means game, sometimes it means set. It's not like tennis where there's game, set, and match. Hey, maybe we should use the term series. Kind of like make it baseball-like. 3 wins gets you in, 3 losses gets you out. I have no idea what players prefer. Let's just randomly introduce other sports terminology. Leg is greater than break. Is that sports terminology? Where is that used in a sport? I'd rather have a leg that's not broken. Even though I could say break a leg to wish someone bad luck, ironically. I mean, good luck. Yeah, it's acting, not sport. Where's legs and breaks used in sports? The first leg of a race? A leg of a race? Where's a break used in a leg? Is a break like the start of like the first leg of a race? Never heard that. Leg spin and off breaks are both kind of spin bowling and cricket. Breaks are in billy. You do. Yes, you have a break in pool. That's true. And you could have multiple legs of a race. Sure. Each person in a relay race is considered to be running a leg. Okay. You can leg out a distance in terms of running it. So, Men-at-Arms, up to the Castle Age. Will Andy go long swords? Probably not. But he has 1 skirm. The Byzantine player has 9 skirms. And I wouldn't be surprised to see Hera adding more skirms. We shall have a forward workshop attempt from Andy as he does a back TC. Where is the Vil going for that workshop, though? Nope, 2 Vils, there they go. Some spears out. I'll see how quickly Hera spots this, adding in a stable. Could go camels. Could go knights. Will the skirms deny this? Elite skirm bodkin on the way. He could deny it. Zoom in 1 click there. And I think he will deny it. He'll see spears on the way. Japanese spears, but not going to be a problem for skirms. One knight coming forward. Bodkin not in. Only one armor on the knight, so skirms could still do damage to it. Hera trying to deny the workshop. Will go for the weak Vil. And pick the Vil off, almost. Down he goes. Another forward Vil. Hera trying to deny the workshop. He denies this and he probably just wins the game. The knight's killing the skirms. He has a camel out now to deal with knights. Still a low HP Vil, 8 HP left. The Vil goes down. The workshop at 85% is denied. Doubt workshop for Andy. And Andy would need to send more Vils forward to finish it. Andy has a stable out in the middle of nowhere. Well, that's okay. You're not going to win Japanese knights versus Byzantine camels. And skirm camel. Composition the Byzantines like. Probably some monks behind it at some point. Third TC for Andy. And very little res get gained back from deleting the workshop now at 85%. Might as well just leave it and try to rebuild it at some point, maybe. Andy will swap to a boom now. Up by Vil, Hera will add in his second TC too. Hera also will pressure the wood line. Coming forward with skirms and camels of his own. And a bowsaw on the way. So odd to have two civs named Byzantines and Romans. It's odd to have Romans in the game in the first place. Camels fighting knights. Skirms come out. Had Romans since AOC, they were called Byzantines. They were in the Attila the Hun campaign. I guess the Huns may be a bit early for AoE 2 as well. I don't really mind Romans that much, so much as I don't really like the implementation of the Civ. Andy is cooked. Well, Hera's about to get in with his Byzantine army. 23 military to 6. And Andy's going to be looking to wall up behind this a bit with a few houses. If I was to delete farms, go for more houses. He's going for a monk, wants a conversion on a camel, targeting a low HP one. We'll have to swap camel units then. Try to get a high HP camel. Should he go longswords? Will longswords ever work against Byzantines if they can just go cataphract eventually? Probably not. And Bruno Reborn, thank you for the follow. Well, here's through. House wall's not up fully. 3 TC defense at least. How did he come back? Because the map was so huge, eventually he had a better eco. And with help, Hussar, he could take decent enough fights. The forward workshop for Hera, this one after getting some map control. Scout will block the knight from the monk, or try to. Monk goes down anyway. Also relic control from the first game, yeah. It went on long enough that mattered quite a bit for him. Relic control with Burgundians is a huge eco boost. So 4-1 relics as Burgundians. And also he had bombard cannons, so that made a difference too. Khmer don't have them themselves. So a bit of a struggle to retaliate against the cannons when they're protected by halbs, and all you can do is run hussars into the halbs. When your ranged unit, yeah, ballista LAs, I mean, they have a lot of HP, but they are still siege, and cannons have decent attack against them. Skirm's taking out houses as camels come forward. Camels going for the house. And the house does go down. And cart finished. Camels will run around, try to find Vills. Low HP Vill there. That will be picked off. Hera taking a good score lead, only down by 10 Vills, despite the earlier TCs from Andy, and despite Andy's being on 4 TCs now. More monks coming forward as the mangonels come out the front, double monastery. Extra monks for the Japanese, but you don't want to get into a monk war as Japanese against Byzantines. Byzantine monks heal faster, and Byzantines also have heresy. They have the full monk tech tree other than herbal medicine, which they don't really need because of the healing. And then Japanese will have the tech tree but miss heresy. Herbal medicine for the cav archers can be nice, but Byzantines, with how weak all their units are, don't really have a healing unit per se. Not like the cav archers you keep in the castles. Maybe cataphracts could be nice, but monks can heal them just as well. Byzantines are Eastern Romans. The Romans are the Western Romans. Oh, splash on the skirms. Conversions, conversions. Hera with redemption, converting mangonels. Ah, poor Andy now needs to pick off his own mangonels. Sanctity and forging on the way for Hera. Skirms can pick off monks. Yeah, Byzantine skirms are good. Monks go down. There's a GG from Andy, as Hera does win. And look at that, I casted all 3 sets today. Nice and quick today. About 90 minutes each set, so we're 4.5 hours in. And congrats. Like I said, I have an air conditioning inspection to do. As I knock my water over, but it's in a sealed bottle, so that's okay and I don't spill anything. So 3-0 win for Hera. He is Hera, so maybe not that surprising. Let's go to maps. That's a win on Arabia. And we'll go to civs. It's a win for the Byzantines over the Japanese. Air conditioning, that blows. That is correct. So thank you everyone for watching. I'm going to end the stream now. I'll be back tomorrow again at 15 GMT. Unless I see something earlier in the day to cast, but I don't know the schedule because the dashboard's down. And I could check Wikipedia for the schedule because that's where the dashboard pulls the API from. And maybe I should just do that. Is there anything before 15 GMT? I don't know, the schedule's harder to read for me. There's so much stuff there. Oh, I don't even know. So cluttered. So much stuff going on that's not age 2. Heaven and Hell, no zombie versus Ween Dinchester at 5 AM? Ooh, tempted to wake up for that. 11 AM, there's Heaven and Hell. That's the same as, Oh, T90's playing Heaven and Hell on June 26th tomorrow. Maybe we cast that. I think there's more Medieval Masters, though. It's not on Wikipedia. Anyway, good night, good afternoon. Everyone will end on YouTube, then raid someone on Twitch. So goodbye on YouTube. Oliver, you just joined? Well, you can watch the VOD on YouTube. Watch the YouTube VOD. I'll say goodbye to YouTube, and I'll see you all later. Is there a place to watch Hera versus ACCM? Maybe I'll cast the Rex of them at some point. I haven't casted the Rex, but I can try to do that. I can cast the Rex of the sets I haven't gotten to.